I hope Restream IO didn't. Oh my god, really? Why would I be offline? Oh, this sucks. Really? Okay. You know, I mean, every time I try to stream, like, I have to fight. I have to slay some dragons before I get started. We've got 2 viewers. Hey, you guys. Trying to slay some dragons. Get my streams up and running. No, why I'm having problems here. Looked like I had a bunch of people on, and then that happened. Excellent. Better be taking it to the max over here. All right, so basically, this is like frustrating. What I'm trying to say is I originally wrote the XML parser to like have all these like I just wanted to write it as simple as possible, and so I wrote all of these classes, and I just had added this like I would instantiate it instead of writing to like attributes on an object, I would just like parse it all together and produce the object that I was trying to make, because I didn't want to like mirror all these objects. Like I didn't want to create like another object or another class that would overlay and almost exactly mirror all the metal and model IO classes. But it like in order to parse XML and JSON, it looks like this is really the best way to do this. And there's another reason, and that is that I want to delay generation of the actual metal and model IO objects because they can be kind of expensive. So for example, instead of creating the model IO texture, I would like to delay creation of the texture until the user decides they actually want to create that texture. But I still want to be able to copy the nodes and create like a tree of like copied nodes and stuff. Because like these nodes are going to be pretty small. Like their memory footprint is not very big. You know what I mean? So there's no danger in just creating all these objects because they're pretty easy to manage. And then you get the choice of creating the you get the choice of creating the meshes and the textures and the submeshes when you want to. So it's pretty simple stuff. I kind of wish that I wish I had a standing desk sometimes, but my desk is not tall enough for me to do standing stuff. I've tried to do it. I feel better streaming with a standing desk because I feel more active, and I feel like vocally, like when you're like trying to talk like this and you're kind of caved in, and you're just like sitting in a chair. It affects your acoustics. It affects how you sound. So I would rather stand, but I can't make it really work. So I'm just gonna try to sit up. Know what I'm saying? All right. So basically, I need to pull this file up over here. I've got to rewrite everything that I've done. Again, this is like literally the 5th time I've rewritten this, which is kind of sad because it's XML stuff and it's pretty easy. But like parsing XML, JSON, multiple formats like that is like pretty easy with web applications because you have control over the kinds of objects that you're parsing. You know what I mean? Like I can easily create the models. Like I've created the classes that I'm going to parse, so I can make them do whatever they want. But I can't really extend classes like the model IO and metal classes. So, and I could probably extend them, but I don't feel right doing that because anyone that uses my framework has to deal with like a partially patched up like library that's like, kind of like a bastardized version of like the library it was originally supposed to be. So, I don't like doing that. And so, okay, so here's another reason I want to change, like rewrite the XML parsing stuff. So some of the classes that I parse end up creating objects with that require like a buffer allocator generator. And so this is kind of the thing that sticks out in my API. This is the thing that like I want to deal with, like I want the application developer to deal with later on. Like I don't want them to have to create the buffer allocation stuff and then like pass that into the parser. Partially because I want to be able to like parse objects like this. That's one reason. Another reason is that you know, if you're creating like textures and meshes and submeshes, and those things get inflated in like some kind of into the dependency injector, into the dependency injection container, like you can't easily clean up these objects, I've discovered, which is kind of a bummer. Like I can't say like delete this registration and delete the objects that were like contained in those dependency injector containers, like you know, closures. Like I can't easily do like you can delete an entire container, but you can't delete just like registrations from a container, which is also a little bit weird to like mess with. So I've got to figure out like how I'm going to get this to work, and I think it's going to be all right. But we'll see. I just it's a little bit difficult to deal with, and then there's like the overlay and overlap between the Model I/O APIs and the Metal APIs. And it looks like I have like gone offline again. Hopefully that is not the case, because okay, looks like I'm still online, which is fine. Just need to okay, so I'm going to be going like really fast with this. That's like the whole point. I'm going to keep parser open up here, or I'm going to keep the nodes open up here, and the parser open down here, and I'm just going to go really fast. And here's the problem though. Like I can just blaze through all this stuff, but I still have not decided for sure what I want the method signature for generate to be. So that might change. And if that changed, and I already wrote a bunch of tests, oh my god, that's like, it's just like a bunch of like, I'm basically writing like 20 classes that implement this protocol. So I really got to like, and I think what I'm going to do is just take care of the vertex attribute nodes and like the vertex descriptor nodes, which I've already done. And then also do like the asset node and do like the transform node, and probably the texture nodes, because those are like all like, so I know how the vertex attribute descriptors work really well, and that tests a few things that I want to test. And then like the vertex, let's see, the texture nodes will test the ability to integrate the buffer allocation you know, dependencies into the mix. So, cause see, like I kind of want like, I want like like the scene graph to have like a map of containers, and then like you can pass those things around, and so you can set up different scene graphs, and then you can just like, you know, you can just like destroy the scene graph for like a particular scene, and it like destroys all the objects for it. But you can also maintain the original nodes that you parsed in from the XML, so you can just like generate those things again if you want. But like the nodes from the XML don't actually take up very much memory. And so hopefully we'll get this going pretty quickly. It should be pretty easy, because I've already like basically written everything. I just have to like refer to what I've already written, and then most of the code is like copy and paste, which, you know, it's not that great, but who cares? I don't really care. If you care, then you can go watch another stream. So we got scale, which is a float 3. For transform, transformers have that. We're going to give this a default of 111, obviously. I like it when these things can have defaults because it's very nice. Boop. Oh yeah, there's a fourth one, and that is shear, I think, which I don't know. I guess shear should be zeros. But I don't know if shear should actually be 0. I think it should. We'll have to create one. I should probably test, like, I really like the idea of playgrounds, but I haven't really set one up yet, so. Let's see, scale, rotate, transform, or it's actually translation and rotation. I'm trying to like mimic the API as much as possible, just so that everything is like everything makes sense. So rotations can be 0, 0, 0. Translations also going to be 0, 0, 0. Translation in 3 dimensions is really just a shear in 4 dimensions. Aha! High-dimensional geometry for the win. Shear should be, well, I don't know. Should the default shear be 1, 1, 1 or 0, 0, 0? I don't actually know. And the thing that sucks about doing this is that I can't really like build my project until certain things are done. So I can't run the tests until I've done certain things, which is frustrating. I could probably run this, actually. And then I gotta create some tests and like drag a bunch of files around the file tree, which is gonna be super exciting. I bet you guys are super stoked for that. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna hijack one of these tests. Let's just go with the Spectra XML spec. And what we're going to do is override the spec function. I just want to find out, like, when I create override func spec. Here's what I'm saying, though. You know what I mean? Like, you've got, like, people in a local economy who, like, actually do, or, you know, could create, you know, value for a local economy. Why would you actually want to, like, suppress those people by, like, overburdening them? You know what I mean? I've like in the past 10 years I've had like my license and a car that I've owned for like 3 years, and I'm an adult. That's really hard. Like, how do you expect somebody to perform with that? Like, how do you expect somebody to like I don't know, contribute to the economy? Anyways, moving on. I'm so mad about that. Alright, so I want to let like transform. I just want to see what this looks like when it comes like, you know, out of the oven, just like fresh out of the oven. So model IO transform. Boop. And we're just going to print the thing, print transform. And I just want to know what the defaults are. Then we're going to like do it again just because I want to have a breakpoint after it prints. Because I'm lazy. Look at this. Oh man, it doesn't do it. Alright, well anyway, I should be able to see what this thing is. What? Well, let me... Alright, dot translation. Dot, let's see, scale. That should be ones. Shear, translation, rotation. Let's do this again. Boom, put the breakpoint right there. Okay, we got ones and zeros for everything else. That kind of makes sense. I think that's what I was going with. Anyways, like take me back to the nodes. Yes, excellent. Oh, and so I guess why it's compiling is that this file is not actually added to any targets yet. I'm still not really sure what a shear is, like, honestly. I know it skews, like if you have, like, if you were to shear in 2 dimensions, and you started out with a rectangle, you would end up with, like, a parallelogram, I think. Just, I'm not really 100% sure. So we're going to have a public func parse XML. And we're gonna like let that take some nodes, and then that is a type container, and then lm XML elements. This is super exciting, guys. I'm gonna have to give that options. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. Like later on, like I kind of wanted the option for people to pass in like closures. In IMO, like your method signatures might as well have like options, the ability to send in options, I guess. I don't know. It's probably not a good general rule of thumb. So the parse XML is not going to return anything because it modifies the objects in place. And I'm just going to like, let's see. It always feels like super fun to like write code as fast as possible. Like I feel like I'm getting so much done, but it really is just like I already know I've already solved the toughest problems, so it's easy. Yeah, the model transform calculates the transformation matrix, so it's nice to know. Hey. Alright, so this variable does not exist. Just going to do like find and replace. Transform self. Alright, excellent. Take me back to the place where I came from. Hey, Zaritsky. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just like basically working on refactoring some things. If I am talking too fast, please let me know. I kind of know that I'm talking too fast right now. It's alright. But it is important for people that are listening from around the world to be able to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Rotation degrees. Huh? Uh-oh. Wait, what? Oh, what is it talking about? Oh, yeah. Sweet! Alright, we're going to move on. This is what's so fun, is that these are pretty easy to do. We're going to add a copy method, actually. Public func. I would implement ns-copy, but ns-copying, but that restricts me to using old school Objective-C objects, and I would just kind of like rather have a pure Swift interface. Whoops. Scale. What is the order of things? Scale, rotate, translate. And I'm not sure how shear goes into that, but it doesn't really matter because this object does that for us. It's magic. It is helpful to understand the linear algebra. Fun fact, when I was in college, that was like the only class that I got an A on, or that I got an A in. And I didn't even really try. But that to me is what is so sad, is that I could have just like blown away. I could have like really excelled in math, and so I'm kind of bummed out about that because I would have done really well in math. But instead, I didn't really try while I was in college. Not that linear algebra is hard. It is hard for some people. I don't really understand why. It's basically algebra with matrices. Which is actually, in my opinion, it's easier than algebra because everything, like, you're just dealing with matrices. Like, why, I don't understand, like, I feel like stuff like group theory and linear algebra should be taught in, like, middle school. Maybe I'm out of touch. I think it's actually like if once you understand like those things, and I don't really understand group theory, but like it just seems like the rest of math like seems like so much more important and it's easier. I don't think we could actually teach that in middle school, but maybe like a technical middle school or something, like a magnet school or something. Alright, this has a generate function, and this is going to take a map of containers. And then I think that's it. Well, it has options. I don't know. The thing about the options is that they return, like, they're really hard to work with because they return in any. And I'm like, there's something that I need to learn to figure out how to use the any. So far, I haven't been able to make it very useful, and I've seen other frameworks that I've worked with that do amazing things, and they have been able to do useful things with it. So transform dot scale gets self dot scale because everything is the same. We're just gonna go do this real quick. Rotation. There's shear first, shear, and then rotation. I probably won't actually use shear because I don't really get it. I don't think very many people use shear. It's just kind of there. Like it's there if you want to use it. I don't think it would be. I don't even think it would really be that. I don't think it would be that useful. Translation will like move the position of the object. It'll like so if you translate by x, y, and z like 1, 1, 1, you've just moved 1 in the x direction, 1 in the y direction, and 1 in the z direction. Translation is pretty simple. And just again, I'm going to note that a translation in 3 dimensions is actually a shear in 4 dimensions. Technically, for some reason. I don't know why, but it's kind of interesting. So okay, we're pretty much done with the transform node. And let me just say, Model.io, the way that transforms are integrated into objects is just beautiful. Like it's I don't know. Maybe this is it's like a good demonstration of what's possible in Swift. So if you look at like transforms, they are implemented as like a transform component, which is like a protocol that inherits from MDL component. And the model component is like basically how you add attributes to like models in Model.io, and it's really just beautiful. And you use a component to actually add objects to add like child objects to a sub object or to an object in Model.io. So model component is something very important to understand in Model.io. And I really like it because it shows like it's designed very well, and it lets you like compose behavior to like nested trees of objects very well. And we'll probably see that with objects. Man, I gotta figure out how to do. I haven't figured out how I'm gonna do submeshes yet. Because a submesh to me, like I don't know. I need to just do. I can't talk about what I'm going to do. I just need to do it. Okay, so we've taken care of transform nodes. Let me hurry up and finish the vertex descriptor node. So I've set the parent descriptor. I've also see this needs to be. vertex adder. And with the way that I'm doing things now, there's a few objects in Model I/O that overlap, so that like Model I/O and Metal both have vertex attributes and vertex attribute descriptors. So now I can use this single descriptor node, and I can just call generate and generate the Model I/O descriptor, and I could also generate the metal descriptor as well. So taking care of the vertex attributes, the packed offsets, that needs to happen in here. Alright, and then so I'm going to end up doing this really fast. I don't want to make mistakes simply because I did things really fast. So we'll append vertex adder. No, I don't want to parse XML. Where is this even coming from? Oh, vertex. Yeah, no, I do want to parse. Okay. I think that's pretty much everything I want to do for that. Alright, and we got for adder and self attributes. Basically just add the attributes. Oh. It, Oh yeah, I can just pass down containers. Actually, I have to figure out how I'm going to make that work yet. Actually, I might have to take a little bit of a break in an hour or so and come back to figuring out exactly how I want to make this work, because it's actually very important that I nail that down now. So I could just blaze through all this stuff, but then at the end I'm going to have to, like, for every class that I've implemented, for every node type that I've implemented, I'm going to have to make that many changes, unless I make the decision early on to not do that. And unless I make the call early on and I make the changes early on for this generate function. In order to kind of take a step back, I'll have to take a break. That's fine. See, I'm already doing it. And I kind of just want to, like, test making these changes. See, I want the ability for somebody to pass in, like, a function that handles things. Like, So they could pass in like a handler in the options, and then here in the generate function, I would say like if let creation handler or something gets options creation handler, right? And like if this is a function, then I'll just call like I'll call a creation handler with like x, y, and z, whatever options they are, and then if that's not the case, then I'll do I'll do this functionality. And so that's why I've like included the options with any, so that people can pass like functions in here, and then based on whether or not those functions are present, it'll like completely change the handling of this function, which is kind of interesting, but also kind of complicated, especially when you try to like think of like what the ramifications of that would be. And I'm doing this on another branch, so just in case things don't work out, I can like quickly go back and like get back to what I was doing on the master branch. Oh boy. One second, I'll be right back. So talk to somebody real quick. Alright, so it says the vertex descriptor has no method or no, so I need to do self.generate? No. New. Oh, adder.generate, right? Yeah. So after the generation, after everything's parsed, there should be I should not have to deal with references. Which means that everything in the tree is like a copy of itself. Which is kind of frustrating because, but I mean, I guess this is complicated. And that's what I like about it. Like, this stuff is like, it's not easy. And like there's a couple different ways to do it, but usually like there is a right way to do it. And I have to, so if there's a parent descriptor, I need to instantiate from the parent descriptor. One second, Zaritsky. So I'm working through to working on parsing the tree of nodes from the XML. So I like got the XML like parsed into nodes with Fuzzy, and Fuzzy is this XML parsing library, and this parses the XML into a DOM tree, and so then I can I can like explore the DOM tree fairly easily. Oh, what? It has DTD? Where's the DTD at? So anyway, and then I'm parsing the XML tree into like into actual like into the Spectra like XML nodes. This is like the 5th time that I've had to rewrite this, but it's okay. It's all for a good reason. It should make things a lot easier to work with, and that's the whole point: is to create a framework that allows me to quickly create like 3D graphics and really cool stuff like that. So, so the parent descriptor is actually a string, and I will need to fetch that from the container. So okay, so here is where I'm going to have to pull something from the nodes. I think that's okay. I have to, yeah. We'll let nodes container equal, well, I'll say like if let nodes container equal containers. And I might pair this up with like, I might make this into a tuple. It's like a map and a function. It's like a map and a function that produces a map. And the map is like a set of objects that represents like the things that your function is going to work with. The reason I'm not doing that right now is I would want that tuple to here, like I would do like public type alias. And this is some pretty cool, like pretty advanced like functional programming, pretty mathy, you know. But so like I would do public type alias like we'll call it like, I don't know, we'll just call it dependency. We'll just call it like a container tuple, or dependency resolver. Or resolve, well, I don't know, yeah, dependency resolver. So, and that would equal like a tuple with containers as a string container coupled with a resolver function. Oh shit, man. Coupled with the resolver function, and that would be one that takes a string container map, just like above, and then that would return, a string any. And the reason why I'm not doing this right now, or one of the reasons why I'm not doing this right now, is that I don't really know how to work with the any objects. I know how to work with any object, because stuff that's returned that is in any object is very easy to either cast or like detect failure on casting. So anything that is returned here, I could easily work with. Like I could say, well, like if the result here, so like this would be the input. So I could instead say dependency resolver here, and this would be a dependency resolver. And so when somebody would pass in this tuple, and the tuple would act like, and they would have to assign a function to the tuple. There might be a default for that or something, and then that tuple would return like the things that this generate function would work with. And I guess one problem with that though is like, how do you pass those things down through the tree? Because like you're working with a tree of objects, so you can like control what's passed to the top node of the tree, but you can't really control what's passed through to the bottom. And so like the resolver would maybe need to be like a map of this stuff. It might need to be like a map of like resolvers. And so at that point, it's just getting like really complicated, and I don't need it yet. But like this stuff, this functional programming stuff right here, is like really interesting to me because like I'm trying to think about like how to like make this like extensible, but like, you know, I want to make like the API and stuff like lightweight. Like I don't really want thousands of classes everywhere. I would rather compose everything into tuples, maps, and functions. Or I want to compose like functions together, like, and then have lots of tuples and lots of maps. And to me, that's like real functional programming, but I don't know that I know enough about functional programming to say what is real functional programming or not. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and change that back to what it was. And so, well, there should always be this node, like, and I want to like, I want to decide like what is like the right time to copy all the nodes, like, because I think I should actually do that when I parse the tree, not, I should not wait here until here. Should probably, if there is a parent descriptor attribute, say nodes.resolve vertex descriptor node dot self, and then name is parent descriptor, and then just set make sure set this to a vertex descriptor node. See, like I'm basically like mirroring like everything that Metal does or Model.io does, which to me is like not the way to do it, but I don't know. I tried to do it like the lazy, it's not really a lazy way of doing it, it's like a lightweight way of doing it. I thought I was going to be able to get away with it, but I didn't. So now I've got to go back and do it like more, you know, it's not exactly lightweight. And so from that, I should be able to just instead, so if parent descriptor is not nil, then I should be able to do like should be able to do parent descriptor. Oh, I can just do this. Parent descriptor generate. And if that ends up being nil, then it'll just give me a regular vertex descriptor. And then it goes through and adds each attribute that it adds. And another disadvantage with like, so basically I'm like, so instead of, I changed this parent descriptor from a string to a vertex descriptor node. That way, like, and this means that like I'm using like references here in the DOM tree, in the XML DOM tree. But it means that like I'm inflating those references into node objects early on, which gives me like a more like a heavier tree, I guess, to work with since everything's inflated. But it makes it a little bit easier to work with things. However, it does prevent me from having like cyclical relationships in the tree. Obviously, like I can't have any cycles in this graph because otherwise, I mean, I could, but I would have to like explicitly handle those cycles slightly differently, and I don't know how to do that. So it's not that I don't know how to do that. It's just like that is hard. That is really hard. That's what's hard about writing like a JIT compiler. Like if you want to learn a lot about programming, stop watching this video. I'm just kidding. Don't stop watching, but watch this. Put this on like a to-watch list or something. Put this one on a watch list. Aha. So watch this. JIT compiler for Erlang. Go watch these videos. I'm not kidding. I'll post it in like in the chat. You will learn so much about computer science just by watching these videos. Just in time compiler by Lucas Larson. There's a couple of these videos, and you'll have to spend like a couple hours watching this stuff. But I mean, holy, you're gonna learn a lot about like how this stuff works. This is one of the hardest things that you can do. Like this is just like amazing. Like this is the stuff that people do postdoctoral work on, and like all the postdoctoral people are like, holy crap, I can't believe that guy wrote like a JIT compiler for Erlang. Like this is the stuff that heroes are made of in computer science. Anyways, so I'll post that in chat. Maybe not that one. I feel sketchy about posting links to like PDFs and stuff. Makes me feel dirty. Don't leave the live streaming now, obviously, but. And so basically with a JIT compiler, you have to, like, you want to be able to, well, first of all, like with the initial compiler, you want to be able to detect cycles that are being executed by the code. But with the JIT compiler, like you want to be able to like detect like cycles of code that are executed for particular values. So you need to be able to watch like the tree of like instructions that's generated for code as it's running. So you're watching, and you have to make decisions like, is it worthwhile to like look for cycles in this like piece of code that I'm about to run? Or have I ran this like segment of like bytecode before? I have, like, can that be reduced into a smaller like equivalent set of bytecode? And so you're trying to reduce the complexity of the tree that is like running the tree of like instructions that your bytecode represents. You're trying to like compress the information that's represented by that tree. So it's like information compression, like on the fly as your program is being executed. And you have to, your code has, like, your JIT compiler needs to understand, like, are these function calls deterministic? Okay, they all the function calls, like, represented by this segment of bytecode are deterministic. Okay, well then maybe there are some, like, cycles that I can reduce here, or maybe there are some, like, bits, structures in this tree that can be reduced. But at the same time, you're balancing, like, okay, like, this code needs to run quickly. Like, is the JIT code that I'm about to run going to complete in time to determine whether or not this bytecode can be compressed, or whether or not this bytecode has been seen before. So, I mean, it's just like, oh my gosh, to me, like this stuff is fascinating. I have no idea like really how to do that. I know that I'm extreme like I want to learn a lot about like graph theory and stuff like that, and it has a lot to do with graph theory. But it's like very advanced graph theory and just incredibly advanced like computer science stuff that I will probably never understand. But it's okay. So I kind of want to go ahead and start implementing these. Oh, it's a Spectra node parser, I think. Spectra parser node. Oh, and in one of those JIT videos that I just posted, like early on, like 5 or 10 minutes, like into like the presentation, like someone in the crowd like heckles like the guy that's presenting, and it's just hilarious because the guy that is like presenting this like he's doing like postdoctoral work or something. He's like from Sweden. He's doing some of the most advanced stuff that he can do in his field, and yet there's like a nerd in the crowd that like has the balls to like heckle this guy. And, and it's so funny, and it's kind of funny like how the guy handles it. Like the guy handles it really well, and I mean I think that the person in that like yelled out something had like had like a valid piece of a valid criticism of the project or whatever. Probably not the best time to bring that up, but it's just hilarious because like, there's probably like all of like 2 dozen people in the crowd of like 100 or 200 or whatever that would even understand like what the criticism was about. But uh, it's just kind of funny. I can't remember if that's in the videos that I linked specifically, but it is. IMO, it's pretty hilarious. And this type alias stuff, like I really like it, except you can't subclass. Like once you have assigned a type alias, in my experience, or maybe you can. I need to find that out. I need to find out if I can. I might be able to override it or something, but it's just frustrating. It's a it's a MDL vertex descriptor. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, my streams went down. Sorry, guys. The streams are out. Apparently. I don't know. I think you guys are probably still getting this. Nope. I'm gonna go post this on Facebook real quick. I'm gonna post my live streams on Facebook. It'll take like 3 seconds. Sorry. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I don't need, oh, that's right, I don't need the options when I'm parsing stuff. That's excellent. But I do kind of want to keep that in the loop for the generate. Oh, it's an attribute. Can I actually, I've gotten into some trouble with this before. I think if I look at the mesh generator protocol, it'll tell me. Oh yeah, I just have to do this. You can actually extend a protocol and provide some default behavior. And then that's probably the best way to do it. What? It does? No, it doesn't actually have that though. Just saying. I don't understand what that is talking about. Is that not true if I delete that? Oh, no. That's dumb. Oh boy. Hey, what's up, ABS? I love these guys. I don't know if this is the ABS that I'm thinking about, but man, I don't know. I don't know if I need that to be part of the protocol. I hope that is not the case. Like Swift has all these like great features, but then there's like these like arbitrary constraints that you get when you try to use them. So there's like type aliases, which are awesome, but now when I use it as a type alias, I can't like create classes with the protocol applied to it. It's pretty complicated. Hmm. Well, I need to figure out what this means exactly because it's causing me some problems. I really just need to be able to copy the nodes, and I don't know if I'll. Not great. Promise, guys, I'll get to some actual 3D stuff here eventually. In fact, while I'm looking this up, I'm going to play some video of me working with 3D stuff. This is my best of from September. I need to go back and make best ofs. It's really hard to tell like what material is going to be worth putting in something like that. Like as I'm making it. So anyway, here you go. This is like some of the content that I've come up with. While I look this up real quick. It's not terribly fantastic quality, of course, but this was I was like pulling in like an audio stream and rendering it on a 3D lattice, and I kind of got like tired of trying to do this stuff, and like I would have to write like 1,500 lines of code to do something like this, and I couldn't really share the code that I had written and reuse the code that I had rewritten, and that's what got me started with like trying to write my own 3D library. That looks trippy. There we go. Here's some. You can like see the wave in here. So this is like a quad or a quad lattice. It's like a quadrilateral lattice that I'm streaming in some data, some audio data, and animating the quadrilateral lattice with the audio data. And so I should be getting to stuff like that hopefully soon. And this was a bug. That was a bug. And that was like me like checking some things. I like added like an offset to each triangle that I created, so you can see each triangle in the lattice. And that was a bug also. Anyways, so I thought some people might enjoy seeing that. So that's what I'm working towards again. Like it actually wasn't hard to get things to that point, but I don't know, to get it to the point where I have like an actual like 3D rendering engine. Like what I'm envisioning, I could like easily create new like audio visualizations within like 3 or 4 hours, instead of the process taking me like 2 days or something like that, and I could do much more extensible stuff. And the reason I like doing this is because I get to like work and like embrace like my creativity with my work. So, and it's challenging. You know what I mean? Like it's fun. It's challenging. Where was I going? Oh, type alias Swift protocol. I need to see what the constraints are here. With Swift, it's like really important to like know the rules and know like to like you have to know existing object-oriented like design patterns really well, and then you also have to know the capabilities of Swift really well, and like the rules behind using Swift function like Swift like features, like the type aliases and the kind of, like the rules of using like the generics and stuff like that. You have to know both the object-oriented like design patterns very well and the features very well, and uh, and I don't really need to use the type alias there, I guess, but don't really know why it's not letting me do that. Maybe I can just do any object. I don't know how to use the where clause. And I was really trying to find like a way to parse these nodes so that I could use generics, but I just don't really know how to do that without having like enums everywhere. I guess I could set up enums everywhere. But you know, like I just don't, I don't quite. This is tricky. Like, what I'm saying is, like, you really have to know what you're doing because this, like, so if I add a generic here, and this is not the right thing, but it's just kind of an example. Like, if I add a generic here, um, I'm not really gonna know what the problems are until like, you know, later on, like 2 or 3 days down the road when I've already implemented a bunch of things. But the problem with this is like I would have to specify, like when I use the function, let's say I have like func foo, takes a foo string, which is a string, and it returns another string. Just saying, and then in that thing or let's say it takes foo spectra parser node. I have to, when I like use this copy function, see what I'm saying? Like, this type alias stuff is nice, but it creates all these arbitrary constraints. Like now I can't use the or I have to do it like this. The functions have to be declared. This is what I'm saying. Like the features are nice. Oops. But then you have to create like generic features or generic functions everywhere I use this. So I say like foo, where t is a spectral parser node, and then it has an argument called let's call it bar just because. And then I say like let bar equal let bar copy equal bar dot copy, right? And then we can return that type. And I say return bar copy. So this is like confused, right? Because it says generic parameter t could not be inferred. Right? So every time I use this copy method, I have to ensure that the type can be inferred by like specifying it like this. I can do it like that. That's not a huge deal, but sometimes like when you want to do dynamic stuff, that actually can be a problem. Because whatever the receiver object is, like you have to be able to specify ahead of time that that receiver object is a spectra parser node. And now it knows that T was a spectra parser node. Oh my gosh. See, I don't even know if I can deal with that right now. And that's like, it's, okay. I just don't understand because I feel like I've done something almost exactly like this before. And it worked. Gotta figure out what that thing that I did was. So I'm going to look at S3D XML. I thought I did this. I did something similar with this for the node parser. So what am I doing different? Does that really solve my problems? Like, just having one of these type aliases made things complicated already. It seems to have resolved my problem by adding another one, but does that really solve my problem? Now that I can't do this. Or I can. One thing that I do know about Swift though is that protocol-oriented programming is really the way to go. It really is. When I first wrote some of the code for this project, I was trying to, and I don't think any of it. I think I've rewritten it all. Let me see if I can find it in here. When I first tried to write this stuff, I wanted to use I wanted to have a protocol for everything. And it ended up screwing me over pretty bad. Let's see. Yeah, I had like a vertexable protocol. I wish I could pull up some of the code. Or I wanted to use generics everywhere. That's what it was. I wanted to use generics everywhere, and it like really made things complicated. Uh-oh, my parser's broken. I broke into parser. And this isn't the beta. Alright, I'm gonna just go with this for now. Swift has a lot of problems with self-referential stuff. So if you include a lot of like, I tried to declare a class where it was its own subclass, or I tried to declare a class with it where it was its own parent class, and this right here just totally like it broke Xcode. Like, I'll try to compile it. Oh well, it caught it this time, but 2 days ago, I don't know, maybe there's some special circumstances here, but I tried to make a class its own parent class, and Xcode just it wouldn't stop compiling. And that was pretty rough to deal with. I've never had a problem like that. Otherwise, my experience using Apple development products has been like superior to using other platforms' development products, like far superior. Except for maybe Emacs, because nothing can be superior to Emacs, especially not Vim. I'm just a little bit worried that like if I use this, that like I can't do certain things, which is just ridiculous. And I don't really want to have to declare, like I don't want to have to do that. And see, like it works now, but I haven't implemented anything. Like I'm not using this anywhere. And now, does that mean later on when I do go to implement this, I'm going to have like problems that require me to reevaluate my design? Because I'm not really going to enjoy that. This is another reason I like testing, like writing tests and stuff. Because you get to imagine what your interface is going to be like for the code that you're writing, and so that's pretty cool. I don't need it to take an object. I guess I could return any object. But then I have to manually cast everywhere, and I still have to know what type it's going to be. So if I call copy, I have to call copy and like ensure that like the receiving object is the same type, and I don't know. I did this because I'd implemented it on with a static method before, which was kind of dumb. Oh wow! Somebody just sent me a very funny Facebook message. uh, oh boy, lost. I've lost the viewers. What's up, Michael PHP? Maybe you can break it down for me. I don't really know. Like, I see Laravel growing a lot. Like, I see a lot of job postings for PHP and Laravel and stuff like that. Me personally, I I don't I don't like the PHP language, but I do want to know like what you know. I do want to know like what the advantages and disadvantages of PHP are, and uh, I don't know. I just haven't worked with PHP um, personally. I know a lot of people that have. And when I originally got into web development back in 2007, I had a really hard time like understanding how to set up PHP, and I think it was because I was using Windows. And I tried LAMP and stuff, and that worked pretty well. But I also had a lot of problems like back in 2007 getting Apache set up. Um, I actually wanted to set. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't even want to think about this right now. My friend was like pinging me on Facebook about something that's just like, it's too funny. It's a little bit embarrassing personally, but it's really funny. It is not a kosher topic though. I can't believe, maybe I could create like a superclass for these nodes, and they inherit from the superclass. And the superclass has that's probably the way to do this. See, I'm not very like I don't like object-oriented development. I don't actually. Yeah. Can I do an abstract class? I don't think Swift has abstract classes. Maybe I could do an extension or something and get away with it. Oh, well, copy returns its own type. I don't know. It makes me nervous. I'm gonna get on IRC. Oh, no. It's accidentally closed all my tabs. I'm not. Oh, I didn't know that even worked. I'm not logged. I'm already logged in on this computer or something? No. Sorry about this, guys. I'm trying to log into IRC and ask some questions. This is really sad. I thought I would be done with this. But you know what? I don't like doing stuff off screen because then it's kind of boring for the people that are watching. So I'm going to just sign in on this computer. And I think I have time to, I don't know why that happens. I have this very like specific custom keyboard layout. And I should probably do some like dot files, live streams. Some live streams about customizing my dot files and just like set aside like 4 hours a week for doing that. Because I do some interesting things. I have like this custom keyboard layout that is very specific and also causes lots of interesting problems that are like neat to know about. Okay, so there you go. Oops. I have a tendency to like hit the wrong button and completely close this, so you will probably see that happen. I'm just saying. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna do something real quick. Increase the size of this. Perfect. I'll put this like right here. Hold up. Sorry about that. Alright, cool. Oh, that's... Man, I wish OBS had some like better like customization tools because this is kind of hard. Not really hard. It's just like yeah. Do this offline. Yeah. Whatever. Really, it's probably not even anybody left online now. Gosh, I closed the live coding window. Man. Just getting signed into GitHub so I can get signed into live coding. So I can see the chat, which I would prefer to see actually in iTurn. Which, you know, I guess I could do. Why is it? Oh, oops. The bell is ringing. We're ringing the bell, guys. Would like to do a brew update. I'll set this up later, actually. Is it profanity? So it is. I just don't know how to, like. Oh, I see it. You know, I wish there was a product out there that made it very easy for me to like change my passwords and keep them in sync with a non-cloud based password manager. But like making that process automated is like dangerous, like just inherently. So. To make a real quick gist, on Emacs I can just like highlight code and make a gist. It's pretty awesome. In fact, I wonder like, is there Xcode on Linux? What about Emacs with Swift? Swift mode. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit of dot files. Well, no, I'm not. I don't know. Git fetch origin. So, submodule update. Isn't there like git submodule sync? Yeah. Didn't seem to make any changes. I set up a thesaurus and spell check in Emacs. Holy crap. Just so I could blog in Emacs. What am I doing here? Oh, that's strange. It says can't open. Oh, whoops. There, you happy? I had to background it. Yeah, I don't know what it's talking about. That definitely exists. I must be missing something. Oh, I know. I know why it's not working. No? Oh, yeah, that is why it's not working. Why is that set up like that? I'm editing my Emacs config with them. Why did I do that? My load path needs to be like set up here. Whoops. Don't do that. Oh god, I don't even know what's happening now. Go back. Yes. Copy it, or cut the thing. Paste it. And this should probably do it down here. Yep. What did I do there? I hit, oh. I don't even know what happened. I've swapped my command and control keys, so that's a little bit wonky. But I really like it for the most part, especially on Linux. And so the reason I did it was because I did it on Linux, and I wanted to mirror the Linux setup on OS X. And I really liked it. And the ironic thing is, the reason I did it on Linux was to mirror the OS X. And on Linux it works really well, but then on OS X it's hard to commit to like completely swapping the command and control keys, because I have some other stuff that's customized, and I wish I could just take like 40 hours and work on my dot files, but I can't. I mean, I definitely could, but so I want to, oh, that needs to be defined first. That's not going to work. I actually would like a space there, just because. Alright, and then I need I did it again. Okay, first things first. Oh shit. Let me go ahead and save this. I'm probably gonna screw up again. Okay, successfully did that. I am kind of interested to use Swift in Linux, I really am. Which is one more reason to, so I've imagined a world, this is why I went with XML. I imagined a world where my little 3D graphics library that could took off and became really popular, and then it was also used for Vulkan and not just metal. Which is kind of funny, actually. And so it would be nice to be able to like generate metal stuff with the same XML syntax, which probably not really going to happen. Or it would be nice to generate Vulkan stuff with the same syntax, but I don't really know. That's definitely. I wouldn't even call that secondary. I wouldn't even call it tertiary. I'm definitely supporting metal first because I'm just excited about it. I'm also excited about Vulkan, but I don't really want to screw with it right now. Let's see, what was that? Okay, so I just really needed to change the order that this was loading in. And so now, now when I run Emacs, I should not get that problem. Nope. Bow. And I was looking particularly for the Ubuntu 15 install notes. And I'm going to make this larger. Right. Whoa. Oh, crap. I just want one cursor. Oh, crap. I have no idea what I even did. Oh, there we go. I think. Man. No, that's great. Somehow I gave myself multiple cursors. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to kill the buffer, and then that should solve that problem. I'm just going to reopen it. I'm going to search for profanity. That's what I need. I don't know. I need to do that. Emacs. How do I get the font size? I would actually like to use, yeah, I guess I'm just going to go with, I think that font size is okay. I just want to, like, check out the Swift stuff in Emacs. Just curious. See. It's been like a little while since I've used Emacs, so please forgive me. Oh, which one? No, not that. I'm going to do that. Oh, and I would really like it to be centered. I'm going to open up this. Going to touch config swift.l. I'm going to chop this window in half, and I'm going to open the Ruby, because this stuff gets a little ornery if you don't copy things right. Let's see, what is the copy? It's like Option W. Now I'm going to access my buffers, go to the Swift file, and paste. And I really miss using Emacs. I was like working with Python quite a bit for a minute, and I got to use Emacs like all the time. I liked it. Actually, I want to cut that line, and I want to acquire package Emacs Swift. And then I'm going to want to acquire config Swift in here, and then I'm going to want to check out what that did. I forgot to ask my question. Let me do that real quick while they're. Okay. I'm listening to the Tron soundtrack. It's pretty awesome. I'm going to just do that. Oh. Almost closed. iTerm. And I'm gonna just check out the bug report that I filed real quick. Oops. Filed a bug report with Apple, and I'm just gonna check that out. See if it's been updated. Ah, it's so hard. Oh, look, I just found a bug in Google Chrome. Oh, now it went away. I was so excited though. Look at that. It's an animation bug. Womp womp. Oh, hey. Hey, Michael. Uh, well, I'm good. What was the gist that I used here? That does not go to the gist. Here it is. Yeah, I don't know. Me personally, like I miss the days when everybody was using Ruby, but then like Ruby and Rails, like there seemed to be like a huge in 2012 and 2013, there seemed to be like a huge amount of momentum behind Ruby and Rails, and it's not a perfect web framework, you know. In fact, I don't think there really is a perfect web framework, but it just seems like all the momentum that was behind Rails in like 2012 has been, first of all, it was disrupted by single page web applications where like there's like so much more behavior offered in the front end, and there wasn't as much need for the Rails asset pipeline to manage front end assets. And secondly, there seemed like the momentum behind Rails seemed to be like forked into several different frameworks, including like Node.js's Express.js and Sails and Django for Python and Laravel. And web development is like so much bigger now, but I really miss working with Ruby and stuff. So I've asked my question. I don't know if we'll really get to it. So I've required the Emacs package. I should be, or the Emacs Swift package. I kind of want to see what happens. I don't know why this is just not in like the middle of the. Stay in the middle. Thank you. All right. So basically, I'm just gonna like, this is what I love about Emacs is like, and Lisp especially. So I just ran the line of code. Ooh, it says Emacs Swift is unavailable on Melpa. That makes no sense. Let's see where that takes me. Oh, it's Swift mode. Can you get to a REPL in Emacs? Oh wow. Can I really do like? Oh no, that's awesome. Do I get a REPL? Is that real? Oh wow. I like it. That's pretty cool, IMO. Oh, I quit. Why am I in a debugger? I don't know. I'm just curious about this. I'm gonna get back to doing the 3D stuff. Yeah, that does not work. The one that I'm looking for is not there, though. Oh, it is there. Okay. There we go. Fly check checkers. Okay. Ow. I think there's I don't know how many people are trying to develop with Swift on Emacs, but if I ever when I start developing with Swift on OS X, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll be using Emacs. I thought that was. I know I have FlyCheck installed. Alright, looks like I got it. And then, let me eval this. Okay, yeah, so it works. So now I'm just going to save this. I'm going to open my favorite thing ever, which is Magit. I can't remember I think it's Control C, Meta G, Control X, Meta G. Yep. So basically I'm just going to, no, that's not it. Okay, it's Control X, G. And I'm just gonna stage this. I love my Git. And with Magit, I can even go in and like stage things hunk by hunk. It's so awesome. I can stage this. And I can stage this. Which it staged everything. It's not exactly what I wanted to do. And now I can just do PU and quickly push my changes up. It's weird to have like a stash there. And you know what's fantastic about Magit? Like, so I'm gonna look at my buffers real quick and go back to the dot files, right? So I'm gonna launch Magit from the dot files folder. Magit takes care of Git submodules. How awesome is that? So I'm gonna stage the changes to Emacs and then commit that. And say bump Emacs. Now I would steer people away from, I would definitely steer people, and now I'm going to push the changes real quick. I would definitely steer people away from setting up Git submodules for their dot files. Git submodules are not really very good for that. I'm just basically continuing using it because I realize it's not the perfect tool for the job, but I'm already using it, and there is a benefit that I'm getting from using submodules for my dot files, and that is like in the future, if I wanted to swap out my Emacs dot files for someone else's, that's fairly easy. Or if I wanted to completely swap out my keyboard configuration for someone else's, that's also fairly easy. But of course, this is assuming that someone else is using my setup for dot files. And I do have something which is very interesting. I kind of want to cover this real quick just because might as well. Let me open up. Let's see here. Yeah. Nobody really got back to me on that one. So I have the drafts folder open. Don't really want to open all of this. Blah 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 blah. So like dot files. Dot files dot markdown. This is what I wanted to open. Okay, so I did have some notes here. If you guys want to check out some good dot files tools for managing your dot files, like I evaluated all of these: YADM, Homeshick, VShell or VCCH, .bot, SUS. Some of these are actually good. Some of these I actually like. But they don't do everything in the way, like in the opinionated way that I would like. And so I'm getting ready, like eventually in the next couple of months, I'm going to rewrite my dot files and use one of these tools, Alternate dot filer or Ellipsis. And see, ideally, I believe that dot files and management tools should be written in Bash and should not have any programming language or scripting language dependencies. Anything that you load into your dot files should not have any, like, it's dangerous enough just having like just having bash as a dependency for stuff that you're loading for dot files. You know what I mean? If you do things wrong in bash, that can lead to some security problems, right? And they should have minimal dependencies. To me, like having like one binary dependency is all right. Haskell is not really an acceptable dependency for dot files. Like I said, I don't think a programming language should be a dependency for some dot files tools. And this actually makes it very difficult to develop stuff. I mean, you have to be very proficient in developing stuff in bash. And I'm gonna. So anyway, so like I said, yeah, alternate dot filer and ellipsis are very good. Yet another dot filer manager. Some of these are okay. A lot of people like this. Homesick is based on another Ruby tool, I think, also called Homesick, but Homesick has Ruby as a dependency. VSCH, that one is cool, but it's weird. It basically rewired, like, so you can. It makes it so that you can easily pull in files from another Git repository into another folder, and then you can make changes to those files and then commit them to the same Git repository. I don't know. I mean, this is a tool that is okay, but it doesn't do, like, it does one limited thing, and it does it pretty well. But like some of these other tools also do a similar thing. VC or VSCH probably does it the best. And like I said, like there's already tools that do the same thing for most of these. GNU Stow replaces most of these. And this is like the old school tool that does this stuff. And GNU Stow also does like some other cool stuff. You can like link files into your like repo, or you can link files from like disparate paths into one place easily with GNU Stow. Some of these linking tools though are kind of brittle. You know, if your path structure changes, then your configuration changes. And so like a dot files configuration manager should be like declarative. Like you should just like easily be able to type all the things that you want in one place, and it like pulls in like those resources and it makes it easy. It should also be, let me think of the deployment of the dot files management should be deterministic. So you should just be able to like basically push a button, and you can expect that like, you know, maybe you have to do 1 or 2 or 3 manual things, but you should just be able to expect that your dot files are deployed, you know, in the way that you want. Let me see what else. The configs should be modular and composable. This is really useful when constructing per platform configurations. And so dot filer seems to do this very well, and some of these other tools also do this very well. But making this composable, and then also like making like satisfying this requirement, and then also satisfying the requirement that your dot files stuff is in bash is like, it's really difficult. Let's see, custom YAML formats to me are right out, unless like, you know, they actually add value. I think one of these tools has YAML in it. Oh yeah, alternate is YAML and it adds value. It's basically like rake for your dot files. And then I mean YAML at some point adds like sort of like a language-like dependency. Like you've got to have something that parses that YAML file, and if you try to write some of these things in bash, I mean it's not that hard, but it's a lot of bash code. Let's see, it should take like per project configurations into account. So it should be very easy for you to start a new shell or create like a new shell profile in iTerm or Terminator, and you should just be able to load like a script that has like some configurations, maybe some aliases, maybe some functions, And for like longer term projects, this is really helpful. Like you can set up like command line tools that really help automate some of those tasks and stuff. I really recommend like creating like a shell profile for each project, or like I mean it depends on like what tools you use though. Like so there's like tools that will construct like a term tmux profile for you to use. If you use Vim, tmux is great, I think, but like that's really the only like I don't know, like for people that don't use Vim, I don't think tmux is right for you. Unless you're working with like a lot of like shell, like you need several shells open to the same like remote server. Tmux and Vim are great for like working with remote servers and stuff. Because like Vim is very lightweight, so you can connect to a server and like your configs are all really lightweight, and they don't need like any like you know Emacs today is not huge, but like 20 or 30 years ago, Emacs was like considered way too much. Like Matsumoto, I think that's his name. Matt's like Yukihiro Matsumoto, the guy that developed Ruby. He modeled Ruby on Lisp. He kind of like merged like functional programming and object-oriented design paradigms into Ruby, but he kind of like modeled it on like stuff that he drew somewhere along the line. He drew inspiration from Emacs, and he said that when he was in school, like in the 80s or whatever, that like Emacs was looked down upon because it was just like way too big. And you can't really port your dot files to like remote servers, like if you have a need to like put stuff on remote servers, then depending on what you're doing, it could either not be allowed, or it could just not be like feasible to just like every time you connect to a remote server, like load up all your dot files to that. So I really like the managers that have per project or per topic repos. Like I said, myself, I prefer Git submodules, even though it's like added complexity. And your repository should be shareable. This is why I like submodules, but for submodules to be useful here, like people need to agree on like some means of using them. And I have an idea for a project where like I don't know, it would let people share like their configurations and stuff. And it should leave your shell with a fast startup time. Like if your config is like composable and allows for like per project configurations and stuff like that, then this should be pretty easy to satisfy. And see, like I don't want every function and alias enabled for everything. Like if I'm working with like Ruby, then I don't want my Python stuff enabled. Like I don't want to have I don't want my shell, my default shell or whatever. And see, I don't know enough about security to really know if this is an issue, but I don't want like everything turned on all the time. And this is true about like services like Postgres, like database services, like Postgres or Redis or other tools like that. I don't want all of that stuff turned on all the time. Whenever I work on a web application project, I set up like a foreman file, and like a foreman file that like, and I just like I turn my services on when I need them, and then I turn them off when I don't need them, because I don't want everything running all the time. And I've just got like this is for like a blog that I'm writing, or that I will write eventually, because I spent a lot of time, like I spent like 4 or 5 or maybe 6 hours like checking out these .files tools, and I wrote some notes down and stuff. And let me like check that out real quick. So alterant .files .filer, and what was the third one? Last one was ellipsis, and I'll just kind of like look at them real quick. GitHub has this like awesome page that goes through all these tools, but there's just too much stuff out here, and a lot of it is not very great. IMO. I mean, look at this. Like, there's so much stuff. Yeah, alternate, like, you declare things in YAML. And I don't know what dependencies it has. But you can, like, create, like, what I like about it is it's, like, set up similar to, like, Rake or whatever, where you just create, like, certain tasks. And you can easily, like, you can reference, like, environment variables from within the YAML file. And you can set up, like, various, like, machine profiles. And you can set up various roles. And it's, like, set up so that you can create, like, you know, deterministic, automatable, like, builds of your dot files. So, like, when you need to set up a new computer or whatever, you're just like bam, 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 and you got everything you need going. And that's not that crucial, but it is nice to be like to be able to, like, blow away your operating system at any time and just, like, reinstall and get everything going within, like, 30 minutes or an hour. That is really awesome. Me, it takes like 2 or 3 hours to get everything going. I went through a period of like 2 weeks where I was just, like, installing different versions of Linux and getting set up, like, and let's see, there's yeah, Dotfiler. Dotfiler is another one that I found was very good. Dotfiler, yeah, it says it was inspired by the by Zach Coleman's Dotfiles and Homesick, but it was made according to the Keep It Simple Stupid principle. And so yeah, so it has an ability to merge files from different environments into one target directory. And I remember, like, checking this one out. I'm probably gonna go. See, what was the third one? The third one was Ellipsis. Like, not talking about Swift at all, but like, dot files and configurations and stuff is something that I know really well. I've spent a lot of time, and I wish I had, like, more contact with other programmers, because you just get, like, you learn about things faster, and you get to, like, you get to draw on the experience of other people. So if, like, I don't have to spend, like, 6 hours investigating these dot files tools, I can just have, like, a 10-minute conversation with somebody that has already spent the time to learn that stuff. And so then I can just ask that person, like, you know, would you prefer dot files, or would you prefer Dotfiler, alternate, or ellipsis? And they would just be like, oh, go with that because, you know, X, Y, and Z. Yeah, ellipsis. I can't really remember why this is. It's like a package manager for dot files. I think what I was going to use was alternate. I think that was the one I was going to go with. I looked at Dotfiler. I think I liked Dotfiler, but it didn't do everything that I wanted to, so I was going to go with alternate, just because, like, this one takes the most time and stuff, but offers, like, everything that I want and only the things that I want. So anyway, that's a little bit of information about dot files and stuff. I'm going to get back to actually coding. Yeah. Oh. Mm. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. Yeah. It's really gross. Alright, I'm back, guys. I was trying to get some like I'm not sure how to get this to zoom in. Just trying to lay out some UML stuff for what I'm doing. Add attributes, operations, and receptions. See, I wonder if I create like an interface. This is a star UML, by the way. It's pretty awesome. It has an operation of, let's see, parse XML. Has generate. Has copy. Yeah. And I wonder if I set this as a required interface. It doesn't seem to like add those operations. Huh. Well, I'm not that worried about it, but I'm trying to get this stuff into UML so that I can think about it more clearly. So I can you know. No, it's a UML tool. Hey, Stefan. You just missed a discussion on yeah. I'm not sure if I'll use I'm not sure how I'll use this, but I'm still trying to like learn how to use UML like the right way instead of just like basically being like, oh, here's an arrow, I'll just draw like arrows to things. I mean, I kind of understand like the differences between some of this stuff, but not all of it. Yeah, like there's like composition and aggregation, and I mean, a lot of it depends on like whether or not an object that is attached to another object like persists beyond the life cycle of that object, so that you can know like whether or not those resources will be freed when the object is when the top level object is deleted. Yeah, yeah, I missed a lot of that stuff in school. So I'm actually refactoring. I'm actually in the middle of like refactoring some of the XML stuff, which is kind of boring. It sounds kind of boring, but I hope that's not too off-putting. And I'm like trying to create like an interface that will let me use this. It should be fairly easy to refactor everything. The reason I'm refactoring everything is so that I can easily so that I can delay the generation of objects until the application developer actually wants to create the objects. So I've implemented a transform node. I think I also want to implement the asset node, which I have finished, I think. Asset mode. But what kind of projects are you working on, Stefan? Cool. Well, I'll be streaming again this weekend. I'm gonna try and schedule some things, so to make it easier for. Nice, awesome. That's right. Oh my gosh, how did I forget that? Did I delete that? Deleted it already. Actually, I want to create a template out of that. Kind of had a rough day earlier today. It wasn't that bad. I just had to run all over the place, and then I had to pick up a prescription and then take the prescription to the pharmacy, which should take maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours, but it ended up taking 4 hours because I forgot. I forgot my ID and they wouldn't let me pick it up, and the place that I had to pick it up from was 3 hours from my house, or not 3 hours. The place I had to pick it up from was 20 minutes from my house, and then I ended up getting rushed back to my house to pick up my ID, and then tried to rush back to the hospital, and then got pulled over rushing to the hospital, and then it was just like it was ridiculous. So then I was even later, and had a ticket because I wasn't paying attention, and then something that should have taken like 2 hours, and is frustrating because I have to do it every month. Ended up taking like 4 or 5 hours, and so I woke up at like 8 in the morning and didn't get started coding until like 3 in the afternoon. It's just ridiculous, and it's like something like that just like happens every day. And what do I think about Donald Trump? I don't really like. I don't appreciate like his level of like. I don't like it how he's like gaming the system and like used like is like using like controversy and like playing like he's like he started off by like race baiting and gained popularity from like race or like created controversy through race baiting and then like used that to build like to build his candidacy, and that's really bad. So to me, like I don't even and here's the thing, like I don't even know, like I don't think anyone knows what the guy is for or against. Like he just kind of like I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to the elections or anything like that. And I'm not like I'm independent. I'm independent, so I don't really care one way or the other. My guy was Rand Paul, and he had been like campaigning for a long time and got like cheaply knocked out, which is frustrating. And just like time after time, like election after election, it just seems like I don't know. It seems like the guy that I think would actually help fix things gets knocked out, and I'm kind of tired of it. Um, and I don't think like I think the elections are good in that they're like a dialogue. Like they're more useful in that they are a dialogue about like important issues than they are like useful as an election because. And then again, like the issues that matter get muted. And so it just turns into this like I don't know. And how many debates have we had? We haven't even gotten to like the debates where like Republicans debate Democrats. Like there's just really I don't know. It's so much. It's too much. I mean for sure. I think we'll do all right. I think I don't know, man. It's just like I thought it was funny at first. I think some other people did, but now it's like now this thing that's real. And to me, what's funny is like Republicans like 3 years ago were like, oh man, like or 3 or 4 years ago they were like, oh man, Mitt Romney fucked up because we nominated a guy that's too rich. He's like he got lauded on because he was like he's too rich. He has $400 million. So like, what are we gonna do? Oh, I know. Let's like nominate an even richer guy. Like I guess that was our problem. The guy wasn't rich enough. Like really? I don't know. It makes me nervous because like the world's crazy right now. I don't know if you guys realize this, but there is a lot of tension. And it's pretty scary. I don't know, like things are getting bad. There's like two countries in particular that have like North Korea, like the world is already like screwed up enough, and yet like North Korea has got to like start rattling their saber about nuclear bombs and stuff. Like, are you like really for real? Oh, yeah, Turkey is pretty close to a lot of I mean it borders Syria. I think. Hope I'm not right about that. I hope I'm not wrong about that. So like the conflict in with ISIS is like bordering Turkey and oh gosh, now we're gonna have like a international debate on here. And so I'm sure there's a lot of like refugees like going through Turkey, and there's a lot of refugees that are like fleeing via the Mediterranean Sea as well. And it's just like it's a scary, tense situation, and really these conflicts are driven by like if you look at it, like everything is basically driven by overpopulation and like uh, resource overconsumption and like pretty much like every like overpopulation and resource availability like drives like it it's going to drive like every conflict in the 21st century. I mean, the same things have basically driven conflicts for like overpopulation hasn't really didn't really drive global conflict in the before like the 17th or 18th centuries, but like year after year, like overpopulation is only going to become like more of a defining. Um, it's only going to become like more of a factor in conflict. I mean, I can't believe I don't. Yeah, I already wrote this whole thing. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Things like aren't that bad yet. It's, that does not sound very good, but. Yeah, that's what's like. I don't know. That's what really concerns me is that there's conflict everywhere, and really like prices for resources like food and stuff like that. They only get higher as there are more people because there's more people. There's more demand, and then you got the other side, which is that as we utilize more resources, there are fewer resources like remaining, and so like the increased demand for resources like drives up the price. Uh, so like the demand is going up, the price is going up, and and then like we're starting to run into issues with at, like water is going to become a really problematic resource. Yeah, but I mean, like science like that there's gonna be a lot of problems associated with it. Um, I mean, food all boils down to like and energy and sustainability. Like you've gotta like the food, like whatever food source it is, it still has to have energy to like power, you know, to like grow it, and then it needs to be sustainable. So it needs to like it needs to be needs to be like a viable option for the next 100 years. Well, thanks for the follow, man. And so I guess like one of the problems that I was having was being able to generate um, like having access to the bundles in here. Eventually, I'm gonna have to like this generate function should handle throwing errors, but this is literally the only call that needs to throw errors. So maybe I should. Hmm. And I think they're like you know whatever conflicts are coming up though, like if we can just kind of utilize those conflicts to encourage cooperation, then it will be okay. But if those conflicts like just evolve into like you know if the conflict like wakes up the world and we realize that we all need to work together to figure this out because the problems like overpopulation and stuff like they're only going to get worse and they're only going to like they affect everyone. So if we figure out how to like use these kinds of conflicts, and I don't. If we figure out how to use these kinds of conflicts to encourage cooperation, then maybe we can encourage cooperation that uh, you know would lead to a situation that would be better and more beneficial than one that we would have otherwise had. But I don't mean like conflicts in terms of war. I mean like conflicts in terms of like uh, conflicts of interest between different countries. So I'm gonna look at alias, blah blah blah. What are we doing here? Put in the asset node. I don't want to do too much of this at once. I need to be able to test it. I don't need to copy this in and all that. I'm pretty much done with that. I like introduce these helper classes, and they just actually ended up complicating things. Trying to figure out how to like shoehorn them into a into this protocol. Didn't even do that. No. I really need to know how to do that. Just like surprised. Maybe I can do it in like a an extension or something. I'm not really sure. It's just like a major bummer that I cannot subclass like that. No, I downloaded Unity, but I still haven't tried to use it yet. Uh, I've been working with graphics for like about 6 months, about 6 or 7 months. I just haven't. I kind of wanted to do my own thing. I kind of wanted to approach the subject without knowing anything about it. But in the process of like mapping to the Model I/O and Metal APIs, I've actually learned a lot. Oh, yeah, like a ton about rendering 3D graphics and stuff. Uh, I expect to have like a working version of this. I mean, if I maintain like the level of work that I'm, getting in on it now, then like I should have like. It depends on what you mean by like working versions. I think I'll be like able to start building the example applications, which I've already kind of like set up like here. I just can't see that. I've set up like the example applications like here. And I've got an iOS one as well. So I kind of expect to like be working on that in like a week and a half or 2 weeks. I thought I would be like at the point now when I'm working on it, but I've got to refactor this. Um, and then I kind of expect to start working on it in. I mean, I feel like I should have like a working version that other people might want to use in about a month. Alright, so I wish I could hurry up and finish this stuff because I was like parsing XML. It's great. It's really cool XML though. It's really cool. Alright. Hopefully I've added these to the proper test targets. Looks like I have. Why does it say quick spec? Dang it. No, not quick spec. Not quick spec. Alright. Great. Thought I tested for that. Vertex descriptor. I did that. Vertex attribute. And the transform node. That's a major question mark. Not really a question mark, but something that I kind of forgot to do, which was generator arg only works with like scalar values, I guess, and not necessarily scalar values. I guess it also works with like you can like get it to work with references. It doesn't really handle. Doesn't really handle that. Alright. The other things that I want to hurry up and get tested, I just want to know that like the vertex attributes and descriptors work, so I'm going to write those tests first. Let me go ahead and add cards for these. Vertex attributes and vertex descriptor. And then I want to test the transform node. And also, I guess the last one would be the texture. Well, I also added the camera, so camera, lens, and the imaging surface. and the texture, well, asset nodes, and textures. So I haven't rewritten those yet. And the reason is like I just want to make sure that like this new interface that I set up is going to work for these kinds of things, and it's going to work well for these objects. And if it works well for these objects, then it'll probably work well for everything else. And the reason I'm switching over to this is because like it'll allow me to like specify. It'll allow me to like read in the DOM in the XML and read it into like the class types or whatever, and then it allows me to like kind of like maintain the XML, like just like the data that was parsed from the XML, like separate from everything else, so that the application developer can like actually instantiate those things into like textures and meshes later on. Which like the textures and meshes, like that stuff is like really expensive in terms of like memory, but the DOM and stuff like really isn't. So like I can kind of like delay the generation of those objects and more tightly control like the resource allocation later on. And I can just like work with like one set of containers for, and I'm not, well, I guess I wasn't really sure about this, but I went ahead and did it anyway. Like I just, instead of like parsing into like one tree like object, I'm like parsing like copies of each node that is registered into the into a single container for those nodes. But then when the objects are generated, I'm like allowing the use of these like containers, or I'm allowing the use of like a map of containers, so that you can like pull out like the model IO objects from a container that's mapped to the MDL key, or you can like add other containers, and eventually like I'll maybe allow the application designer or whatever to add some kind of like closure, like to pass in some kind of closure here, so then I can say like let like generate closure equals options generate, and if the closure returns the right type, then I can like just basically do generate closure and pass in, pass in the containers. And etc. And I can return that. And then I can do else, and then just basically pursue the normal route of generating the model IO type. So that should like allow some, and that's like the reason why I'm like passing options in for everything. But I just don't know enough about like reflection in Swift to be able to like do that. Like if you use like any object, then you can use anything that's like declared as a class, and it's pretty easy to just like cast it, like just delay casting the object as its actual type until later on, and that's pretty simple. But when it's like any, it gets to be a little bit trickier. So eventually I need to figure that out. But I guess the next thing I'm going to do now I need to like test the attributes of the objects, and the need to test the attributes of of the model IO objects and like the parse nodes, which they're like pretty much the same thing. And that's why I had this like weird XML like uh, parsing API, was because I was trying to prevent myself from like mirroring all the object types for model IO. Like I didn't want to like directly mirror all the attributes and stuff like that, but that gives me like flexibility to like parse different types and stuff like that. Like I mean, if I was working with like a web application, you can have like control over like designing different things. You have control over like designing the models that you're going to work with. So if the model doesn't have something that you want, then you can just add it. But when I'm working with like the Apple APIs, I can't exactly do that. So I guess yeah, I'm gonna write the tests first and then do that. Like, and the reason why I want to test the texture is that it also has a dependency on bundles and stuff, and so I need the application, or I need to be like I need for the developer to be able to like push in like bundles, and that can be in a container. But the issue is that like if everything is in a single container, it gets really hard to like. First of all, you can't deallocate things that you've already allocated. So, and that's actually the primary reason that I needed to redesign this, because like everything would be tightly coupled into like one container that you would have to pass around everywhere, and you couldn't ever deallocate those things. So that's why I needed to I like that's expensive in terms of memory. So that's why I wanted to go ahead and do this, because I don't want to write a bunch of code on top of this stuff if I know it has a major flaw like that. And not that this library is gonna be like perfect, but like if it has a major flaw like that, like when I go to use it, it's gonna be it's gonna be kind of disappointing because it's gonna have major issues that lie at like the root of the design. So might as well like go ahead and fix this now. Let me go ahead and pull up the spec. Oh, and I also wanted, I still have a few things I need to do before I can really, so I want everything to be contained on a parser object. And that might actually be the object that I pass in instead of the container. Hey guys, what's up? I want to test these through the parser interface. I guess I'll just instead of like storing the XML document on this, I'm just gonna like store the nodes in the container because I don't want to I don't want the XML data to persist. I guess. I guess I could just have that take the well, I like Swift a lot, and I definitely recommend learning the language. Seems to be I don't know. I like it because it's like strongly typed and it's functional. So I don't know. I like it a lot, and it's like compiled, so it's like really fast. It's another aspect that I like. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and copy this. One second. Oh, did I? Did I really? Which one? Oh. Oh, yeah. It's This is what I'm doing, and then I'm going to be writing the specs for a few of these types and make sure that everything works out. Otherwise, I might back out, and I probably won't do that though. I think this the new interface that I've got for this is a lot better. Be right back. Like 2 seconds. Alright, sorry, I just had to take a vitamin there. Actually, might. Might make an accessor. Alright, yeah. I should already have that. Oh yeah, I need to wrap this in. I have to make it. Make it Or I guess I don't. I really should. That's what I was looking up. I need to look up how to declare a throwing function in Swift. Yeah, so I just do throws. Like, I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to handle these errors. I just really want to. Like, if there's an error, I want it to like bubble all the way to the surface, and I would like it to be. I don't really want it to be gracefully caught because I don't know. With this, like the application developer could just like handle this stuff, and like if I was developing an application, like I wouldn't want it to like catch these errors. Like if it's running into errors like with like resources that I've like bundled into the application, then I want it to catch that stuff as early as possible. I don't want it to I don't want that stuff to really bubble up, or I don't want that stuff to be like handled and then like silently fail. I want to like I want to see an error thrown as soon as possible, and then like if a developer is building on top of this library and like this XML library, like if the function like throws, then they can like catch it themselves. I don't want to try it, I just want to do it. Maybe. I know that the function throws. Okay, good. So then the user will parse the XML, and also want to eventually do and then this should be fairly simple because it operates almost exactly like the code that I've already written. I just saw your comment, Monica. That's what I'm trying to do here with the Trello. Trying to just keep working on one thing until the the next things are done. We got some more interesting stuff over here, but really got to be able to like load, like allocate and deallocate, assets, models and meshes and everything without having to like hand code like each thing. So, and then I can do some really cool stuff. So, so for how did I do this? Okay, yeah, let's just be real here. I don't want to actually copy and paste it because it is going to be different. I like this like tuple syntax. I mean, I guess it's no different than like assigning two variables from the result of a expression in Ruby or Python, but I was glad to be able to do this. I'm going to change this to ID because key doesn't make any sense. It really is the ID. So I'm going to have to change some of I'm going to have to refactor the XML, but that's really not hard. In fact, it'll take like 2 seconds. Parse. Now I'm just gonna like copy the old list of node types. And like a to-do list thing. I don't know what was going on with my CPU the other day, but like it was horrible. Like it was like a bad dream. Like OBS was just like sucking up all my CPU and I couldn't do anything. It was like literally like a bad dream. It was like I couldn't do anything, and it was like bizarre situation that I was powerless against. It was like a Freudian like dream, or maybe like more like a Jungian dream, like Carl Jung. I don't know how much Freud did with dreams. Case. Let's see. I'm working with. Start out with assets. Great for now. What are the other ones that I want to do? It's the vertex descriptor transform. Go ahead and cover that one. It's pretty basic, pretty easy. Physical lanes. What's up? Let's see. Parsing the material properties ended up being a little bit more complicated, so I haven't done that yet, and I won't actually need to do that. Like that's gonna be one of the things that I come back to, because working with materials is just really complicated. Like if you're gonna like create materials that actually have lighting properties and stuff like that, it's pretty complicated. If you're gonna create materials that are just like textures, I mean that's not that bad, but I still don't really need to do that yet. And lighting is something that I'm probably going to come back to because I want to get stuff on the screen before that. See, oh yeah, scattering function. Looks like I got all these things, the light and light generator. And I may want to rename that because I think it's actually one of these gang of 4 like design patterns that I have like misnamed. I'm going to open this up real quick. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna just show a article that's like pretty useful if you're getting into Swift and just for programming in general. This is a definitely a very useful book. There's a couple like books that I would recommend if you're like wanting to explore either object-oriented programming or functional programming. So there's this article that talks about design patterns in Swift. Talks about like behavioral design patterns, I guess. These are all from the important point was that these are all from the Gang of Four design patterns. It's like a book. Yeah, this book is like a classic. Another book that I would recommend is like Refactoring. I'm not going to go into all of these, but like Refactoring by Martin Fowler and the other guy. I don't remember his name. And if you haven't, like, if you're like completely new to programming, I would definitely recommend the Pragmatic Programmer. This is like just, I mean, like any person that is like just getting into programming, or even if you're pretty experienced with it, you should get this book and read it. It's pretty short, but it just describes some like general things. Like it's not, I don't even think it mentions. It doesn't really like code any examples in a particular like programming language. So it's not really preferential to any programming language, but just introduces a lot of like concepts to like. I don't know. It's very useful for programmers. Like it introduces like concepts that you should like that it like conceptualizes the things that you can use to improve yourself as a programmer. So it like tells you like like what like refactoring is. It tells you like what like it introduces concepts like domain specific languages, and it like tells you I don't know. It's like formative in like constructing like or like objectifying like things that you can optimize on like as a beginner. So it's like very useful. Because like if you're learning anything, it doesn't matter what it is. Like you've got to like figure out like what are those things that I need to learn next, and what are like someone who is an expert like what are the like how do they like objectify their behavior, and how do they what do they optimize their behavior on, and like what things do they pay attention to, and like if someone is an expert, what did they start learning first, like what is the order of what are the things that I need to know. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about programming or like breakdancing or like I don't know like ballet or like painting or whatever. Like there's like you have to like abstract like the thing that you're trying to do from like one giant like opaque entity, I guess. And you abstract it into like a bunch of like you know smaller things that you can kind of like understand. You like pull apart this like giant thing, and you like pull it apart into these like little things that you like can work on individually, and like they might you can like define different like skills that you can compose together to like learn some new like talent or art or whatever. And actually wrote like a blog on that. Some of my blogs are a little bit ridiculous, but this one's pretty cool. I just talk about like the tools I use to I don't know to do exactly what I just described. It's like a pretty like heady like philosophical article. It's pretty interesting. There's like 3 parts. Really, there's like like 5 or 6 parts. I just haven't written like part 4 or part 5 or 6 yet. I can't remember how many words it is though. But it's all about like learning how to learn and how to like improve like like within like the set of all things that you know, like there's this like little like kernel of like knowledge that like allows you to learn new things like a lot faster. And so if you can like expand that like subset of knowledge that allows you to acquire knowledge itself faster, then you can learn a lot faster. And like part 3 of the article especially is really cool. You get like bored on that. If you get bored with part 1. Part 2 is like part 2 covers like different like cognitive like faculties, like uh, spatial awareness, which is also called like proprioception or something. Muscle memory, short-term memory, working memory, long-term memory. There's like procedural memory. There's like focus and attention, conscious and subconscious, and like different things. So part 2 is pretty cool. But part 3 is like probably the most interesting. I'll just go ahead and paste a link in for this one. And this breaks down like different activities like programming, chess, painting, music, writing, freestyle rapping, breakdancing, tricking and parkour, yoga, acting, improv, directing, skateboarding, martial arts. Like, and it breaks down each activity and like tells you or explains like which cognitive faculties it uses. And basically, what I'm trying to show in this article is that like by learning like each of these activities, you can like kind of expand your mind or like expand the things that like you work on like training the cognitive faculties to be able to like you train your cognitive faculties so that you can learn other things faster and so that's probably like the coolest article. But I'm trying to like throughout the series of articles, I was trying to like parallel like category theory and like epistemology and like there's like and after I wrote the article, I started looking into epistemology online and there's a couple different ways of like thinking about how to structure knowledge itself and they try to like avoid like a cyclical they try to avoid cyclical definitions of like knowledge. But one way they look at it is like tree based, and like that doesn't really work. I don't know. Anyway, probably shouldn't be discussing too much philosophy, but it's interesting, and I think there's a lot of parallels there. And so now I'm just going to go through and I don't know. I've already written this, but I don't want to write it exactly the same way because first of all, I want the application designer to be able to specify whether or not they want to copy the nodes that they're registering. That's kind of important. And I guess I could use like the enum to specify how these things are registered. Let's parse XML, like, nah. I kind of want to have access to the parser. Yeah, see, that's kind of. What did I say? Oh. Do I want the could add a register method. I think that would be the most appropriate place. Um, Alright, phone's just doing this. Strange. Stuff like that always sketches me out. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what's going on, man. The other USB port doesn't seem to do that though, so everything's okay. It's alright. Except for the part where like my photos just opened. Oh, ooh, is that really going to be like, is that going to give me the right thing? Is that going to give me the right class? I don't know. Oh, I'm like typing the wrong, no, that's great. I've been thinking a lot about like how to like improve like OBS for like streaming, and it just seems like a really hard problem. Like even like streaming from like a window as a source, like how do I know that the window will be identified properly? I mean, I guess I haven't really used it, but how do I know that it's gonna like identify the right window, and how do I know that's gonna be the right size, and how could that be set up to like automate to be like automated? Um, Generates. Let's see, registered nodes. Um, really? Mm. Ah. Man, like when you're dealing with like, how many classes do I have? Like 5, 10, 15, 19, 20, 20 different classes. When you're dealing with 20 different classes, it becomes like really difficult to make changes to your protocol. Like if 20 classes inherit the same protocol, that's like, it's really expensive. That's why I'm going to test this out with like a limited set of like 7 of those, and if I feel comfortable with it at that point, then I'll continue implementing it. But I mean, that's already expensive. Going, and see, I don't know if I can do this because probably gonna have to get creative. Because I'm not sure if like when I register this to the container, I'm not sure if it's gonna latch on to like the node, the actual node type that this refers to, or something else. And I don't know. It'll probably follow through to the right type, but I just screwed up. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. Never mind. Well, I kind of did. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna like commit. I'm gonna make some commits because like as I've started to work on this, I haven't actually committed anything, so it's kind of bad. And I think I've added this stuff into the file tree. Yeah, I have. And then I'm gonna show you guys what I'm doing. I need to pick a different OBS shortcut key, one that like gets picked up instead of like not getting picked up. Alright, this is all test stuff. Go ahead and add that in. And so this stuff. And I guess this stuff too. really small. I can't really increase this font size. I think, oh yeah, but you can work on most things in the simulator without having to have a developer subscription, which is great. That's how I got. That's how I got started. I thought that I had the misconception that you couldn't do anything in Xcode without paying the fee, but that's not true. That's something that like prevented me from getting started with iOS development because I just had no idea. So I was working on this startup called Voxel, and actually picked like a pretty bad. I don't know if the brand name was Voxel, like VOXXEL, and it was kind of a play on what like a voxel really is. And I liked it because it was kind of a made up word and it looked like distinct, and I don't know, it conferred imagery of like voice and stuff like the word did. So I liked the brand name, but I kind of picked it as like a brand name that I don't know. As I was working on the product, like I didn't know whether or not I would stick with the brand name, so I never really like fully marketed it. I kind of wanted to like have like if I'm gonna market a product, like I want to do it right. Like I want to like, and if I'm gonna grow a user base, I want to do it right. Like I want to be sure that I'm like ready to do that. A lot of people will tell you, just like you just need to hurry up and like build like a user base um, before you need to like go ahead and like start marketing things before you finish your product. Like build like a list of people that are interested in your product, talk to your customers, yada yada yada. Like that's definitely true. Like you definitely need to do that. But in some cases, you kind of want to do something different, especially if your idea is like revolutionary or whatever. Like you don't actually want to talk to the wrong people. You don't want to push everything out there too early. So I mean, you just kind of like each product is different. But for mine, like I didn't really want to push it out there for a few reasons, and so and there's the whole point of me explaining this is that there's another product called Voxer, which is kind of similar. Like you send voice messages, uh, and so I might actually run into some like trademark conflicts with them because like our names are phonetically similar, and we both have like a voice-based app. I haven't used Voxer in a long time, but might run into some trademark issues there. But Abby, as far as the simulator, like it can pretty much run like most everything, like, but uh, it has a hard time. Like you can't do certain audio things in the simulator, so you can't. That's one example of a feature that you don't get in the simulator. Like you don't have access to the microphone, I don't think. And that might not be fully correct. And you also don't have access to, like, you can't do graphics programming, or it's really slow. Like, if you try to do OpenGL stuff, like, you can't do Metal stuff with, you can't even compile Metal programs if you're not targeting the simulator. But anything else you can do for free, so. I mean, like, good examples of things that you can't do, like, you might not be able to interface with certain devices on, on the phone. I don't know if you can do anything with the camera. You can't do, like if you're trying to do stuff with Bluetooth, you might run into problems with that. With certain APIs, they just kind of have limited. It just deleted my what? Nuh-uh. It just deleted my like commit message. That's great. I can't believe it did that. Oh man. And it's like it's really hard. Like I've had a hard time like networking to find like co-founders because I can't. I mean, I can drive, but I have to like drive my mom's car and stuff like that. Because anyway, long story short, that's just how it is. My point is, I could probably like I could find people like if it was easier to network for me to network, and if I had like a little bit of like budget to like and a little bit of time to like go out and like meet people, I could like network and hold on, let me write this commit message. I could probably go out and like network with people and stuff, but it's like really hard to find somebody who's like, like if they've got it together, if they've got like a job and like they're like good at what they do, they're gonna have a lot of like opportunities in front of them, and because of that, they're probably gonna be like committed to some of those things. You know what I mean? Uh, like if they're capable, they're probably gonna have like pre-existing obligations. So you got to be able to like convince somebody that like it would be worth their time to either give up some of those obligations, or work like 30 hours a week, 30 or 40 hours a week on top of their existing like 40-hour a week job. So it's really hard to find someone who like is capable, who's like capable and like passionate enough about doing stuff like this, and who let's see, they need to be like capable, they need to be like passionate about it, and do it for the right reasons and stuff, and they need to be they need to be capable of having the skills. They need to be like passionate about it, have the right attitude about things, and they need to be like in a position in life where they can take on extra opportunities and like, and on top of that, like number 4, they need to have like the right like personality traits and stuff. Like some people just don't really have the right personality traits. Okay, so I've got let's go ahead and push this out. So anyway, it's just like hard to find somebody who's like that, and you need to like understand like what roles that you have to fill for like co-founders. And then I feel awkward because I've been like working on my product for such a long time by myself, which sucks because like my head's like down, my head's like buried in like building an app and building an API and like doing all this technical stuff that I don't really have time to network. Not to mention that I don't have the money to network. Where was I going with that? But you got to know like about like the roles and stuff that you need to be able to find the right people. And like, I don't know, you gotta find the right roles. You gotta find the right people. And for me, I feel a little bit weird because I've spent so much time on the Voxel project myself that like I don't think it would be fair to like equally split equity on it, unless like I definitely want to do what is fair though. I mean that's for sure, but I mean I don't know. And there's like so many subtleties about doing it. Like when you like pop the question, you know what I mean? It's like, so you seem pretty cool and stuff, and like we met a few weeks ago. We've been talking, and I think I want you to be my co-founder. Like, like when do you like pop that question? You know what I mean? And there's a lot of subtleties about it. Like when do you talk about equity? And I think the answer to that, I've like read a couple articles. Like you talk about equity as like soon as possible. Like as soon as like somebody is like wants to be invested, like wants to invest their time and energy in your company as a co-founder, you want to like have those kinds of discussions as early as possible and like clearly set expectations so that like the expectations are clear to everyone and everyone understands what is going on and like everyone has like the same understanding of what is going on and like yeah. And then I've noticed in like the other companies that I've worked with that like the co-founders have like a different kind of relationship like with I don't know if this is typical or not, but it seems like the co-founders, like as soon as you expand to about like 10 or 15 that's a great way to that's a great way to put it. If you should definitely, I mean, working with people that you've worked with before is definitely preferable. But then again, that assumes that everyone is going to have technical skills or something. But definitely working with someone you've worked with before is very preferable. Forget where I was going with that. See, a lot of times, like, you don't really want to approach somebody, like, under the frame that you're looking for a co-founder or something like that. Like, you don't want to frame it in that way. Like, really, you just kind of want to be, like, networking to, like, get to know people, and then also, like, you're, like, also looking for, like, a business partner. You know what I mean? You don't want to just, like, because if you set the frame that, like, like, you're looking for that, people are going to act entirely differently. You kind of want to like you kind of want people to act like their normal self, and they might not do that if I don't know. So like a lot of times, if people it's like hiring somebody. Like if you're like interviewing someone, like they're going to act differently than they normally would, and you can't just ask like, oh, like, can you do like technology A, B, and C, and they're gonna be like, oh, well, yes, 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 or they might say like, yes, a little bit, yes, a little bit, and C, well, I don't really have any experience with that. Instead, you got to ask these like questions. Like I wrote down some good ones. Like you want to ask about like a specific part of technology. So you might ask like if you're trying to find out if like a candidate has a Linux experience, and you're like interviewing them, you might ask like, well, uh, you know what the kernel configuration screen looks like, right? Like the ncurses like kernel configuration screen, and like if they say yes, or if they can like adequately describe it, or whatever, then you kind of like you can kind of like gauge their level of experience. And you kind of like ask these like indirect questions, and like just let the candidate like go go with it. Just let them take like the indirect kind of like open question, and go with it and see what they say about certain things like that. And they're kind of like trick questions, I guess. If you can't tell, I've been through a lot of interviews recently, but they're kind of like, I don't know if I would really call it a trick question, but you're kind of like trying to like come up with a good way of like validating about validating someone's experience and someone's skill set. And you need to understand like if they've really been there before. Like are they like, it's like that one video from Elon Musk, like um, was this the person that actually solved the problem, like, or did they just like also work on this project and kind of work with that technology? So like, and you want to find the person that like was in the trenches or whatever. Uh, and it's hard because you got to like think all of that stuff out like beforehand, and then you've got to interview like 15 people and come up with like a list of like five, or however many people to like actually bring in and do like in-person interviews, and then that stuff takes like so much time on both ends. Yeah, that's kind of why I've stopped like applying for jobs, because I don't know what's wrong, but I've spent a lot of time. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I can't really speak as someone who has interviewed someone before, but I'm just trying to like. That's like one thing that like I feel like I would need a lot of help on, and so it's like a problem that I've spent a lot, like, not a ton of time thinking about, but a lot of time thinking about. I wonder if I have these questions. I mean, it's not necessarily a great way to validate experience, but I mean, you also don't want to just like, I don't know. Um, just like looking to pull this up real quick. I don't think I committed this to Git, actually. I mean, I'd definitely like to hear more about what you would say, what you've got to say about this hydraulics. Yeah, yeah, definitely. If you can work directly with someone, then you can get a better idea of like how they think and how they approach a situation and stuff. But like, I have like a tendency to like freeze up at the wrong times. Like I don't know what what the deal is. Like I went through like hired.com about a year ago, and I got a couple coding interviews, and I was like, they were for like Rails jobs, and I just hadn't worked with Rails in a couple months, and for some reason I didn't have like I should have like picked up a Rails project before like the like Skype interview or the we kind of like interactively coded together, and I should have picked up a Rails project before I did that. But I got on the thing, and I mean I've worked with Rails for like a long time. Like I've written gems, I've like dug into like the active record like code, and like you know uh, I'm like really good with Rails. I just hadn't worked on it in a couple months, and it seemed like I didn't know my way around the project, and like it's horrible. And it was my own fault for not practicing before the interview, but it's just like frustrating. Um, or I went to like interview in this like this one place in Charlottesville, and they're like a really cool dev shop, and yeah, I met him like about like a month before the interview and stuff, and then I went up there for like the final like coding interview, and I explained some of the stuff that I was doing with Metal, and I mean I did pretty well like explaining how Metal worked, and then like I got one of I showed some of the graphic stuff that I've been doing. I mean I wasn't going to be hired for graphics, I was going to be hired for like iOS, and then the we decided to go with like core graphics to like implement some like pretty simple stuff, and I just kind of like froze up, and like I'd worked with core graphics before, but it had been like 3 or 4 months, and I didn't really know the APIs, and kind of like bombed it. And I mean I'm like I guess I'm all right with that. Like and um, I mean, they're pretty cool developers, so I don't want to like hold it against them that they didn't like hire me or something like that. But I don't know. And then I go into a bunch of interviews, and I'm like, or I'll like send out job applications, and like one of the things that I send out is like this startup that I'm working on, which like it's like a good thing to show, that I've been like working on like a project with like web audio, and I've used like web audio in conjunction with Angular, and like recording like audio samples and stuff, and then like replaying the sample that was like, recorded, and like doing all this audio work in like web audio, and then also doing like mostly the same things in like both like Android and iOS. But then like I feel like some companies will get like nervous when you say like, oh, like I'm here's like the startup that I'm working on, and then they're thinking like, well, like how long is this guy really going to be there with us? Like, is this a guy that we're gonna like hire and he's gonna be there for like a month, and then we gotta like do interviews again? Because like I don't know. um, yeah. I can't find that like snippet that I wrote about like interview questions. I hope I can find that eventually. It was like mostly Linux stuff, but um, there's just like if you have enough experience with Linux, you're gonna like recognize like certain like Linux commands. And I can't think of one like right offhand. Like if you've done enough with like Ubuntu, then you should know about like the tools that Debian uses to like package up the kernel. I can't remember what the command line tools are like right offhand, but and really each distribution has its own like set of command line tools for like packaging up the kernel and making like packages and stuff like that. And and like yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and implement these register things. Register functions. I've just always wondered about that kind of stuff, like yeah. I mean that's true. The side project's really good for like showing like you know what you've done and stuff. But a lot of like if people are evaluating like a lot of candidates, they're just not gonna have time to like look at your side project unless it's like unless they can like examine it within like 2 minutes. They can like I mean they're probably not. They might like if you get past like if they look at your resume and like decide that you're worth like interviewing or maybe like already done the phone screen or something, then they might like have a developer like check out one of your side projects or something, and but still like there's just like not enough time to like really evaluate that stuff, so it's better to just have like a URL they can go to or something like that. And I've just like spent a lot of time like thinking about like because I mean like if you want to do like a startup or if you want to launch an app, like that's something that you're gonna have to be really good at is like quickly like not judging but quickly like assessing someone as a person who you might work with. You need to be able to like quickly assess like co-founders and stuff like that and be able to like determine certain things about like their character and like skill set, and you need to be able to do that in order to like interview people or yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm doing here. Like I feel like I'm a lot better with like math and stuff like that. So like that's kind of what I want to work with. I would also be really good with like AI, machine learning, and I was working with that in like December, and a little bit in January. But I like graphics in that it's like way more visual. And like I'm still planning on doing the voxel stuff. I'm just like I really like the startup that I was like working on. Like I just really want to find a co-founder. My vision is kind of just like find like a team of people in Roanoke, and then like apply to. I've applied to Y Combinator several times, but I think like the main thing that's holding me back is the fact that I don't have like a team. Like they've accepted like some solo co-founders, but it's just really hard to get on as a solo co-founder because you really don't have there's just way too much to do in 3 months, like for any accelerator program or for any startup for that matter. Like unless you have like a budget, like there's gonna be a lot of stuff that you need done, and you need to be done like as early as possible, and you just can't do that by yourself. And so I feel like that's the thing that's been holding me back the most. So I'm trying to find like a team of people, and then and for me, like just having other people to work with would like drive me to work harder. And yeah, that's definitely true. And there's like some people, like I said, I mean, it's hard to find someone who's like capable and has like the right like personality, and also has like they've got all of those things, but then they also like have the ability to join a project like this, or not this project specifically, but like they've got the capability to do it, and uh, they would like to work like 30 hours a week, uh, in addition to their ordinary responsibilities on a project that won't offer any kind of payout for at least 3 to 6 months. And maybe not that long, but I mean, and I've been thinking about like applying to the Disney Accelerator and stuff like that. But like right now, like I just I don't have a team together, and I don't have, I don't know. This seems to happen like every single time. Uh, they're they offer like applications. Like every single time my Combinator applications come up, like I just haven't been able to pull together a team. Um, and I kind of get like burnout on the project that I'm working on. But I do have a really good idea. I've got like 100 really good ideas. I've got like 2 or 3 really good ideas that don't require any money to get started, and those are my favorites. So, um, yeah, yeah, that's true. I would feel weird about like working remotely with someone on like a startup. Like I would either have to like already know that person very well, like maybe worked on a project with them before, um, especially if they're gonna be like a co-founder or something. That would just like you really do need a lot of like face to face. You need like majority of like face to face time to work on something like that. Anyway, so my vision is to find I think like 3 is like the perfect number of co-founders, and so I'm like trying to find like 2 other people that want to like work with me and like build out this like voxel idea that I have, or maybe something else. And once I get that, my vision is kind of like maybe like apply for an accelerator, or maybe not apply for an accelerator. But my issue with like just taking like whatever money I can get in the beginning, like if I could find like seed funding or whatever. My issue with that is like the overhang, math, like in the end, like later on, after you've taken like like your early funders are going to have like a lot of say in how like a a VC deal or something like that might work out, like, and to take money from a lot of different people, like each one brings their own set of incentives to the table. So some investors are going to want you to like you know monetize like early on. They might try to like they're really going to want to have people on your board that like make that help you make decisions, or hopefully not like force you to make decisions. But they're gonna have like they're gonna have seats on the board. They're gonna like be able to like influence a lot of things about the company, and then when you go to like make deals later on, like they might want you to sell early, or they might want you to like keep going when it's a good idea to sell, or the overhang stuff like later on can really come back to bite you. So I mean, like the overhang. They call it like overhang math. I don't know. Like the maybe not. Or it's like referred to as like the overhang math, because it really applies when you got like a lot of like you've got funding from a lot of different people in different rounds. Like say you took money from like 2 or 3 different like angels or whatever to get like seed funding, and then in Series A you took money from like like one VC or something, and then in Series B or say Series A, like it was hard to find money, and so you took like a large amount of money from a VC, and then say like in Series B you took money from like 2 or 3 VCs, and for whatever reason it was a lot easier to find money, and then like say like you're searching for Series C and things are not really going great, and then you have to deal with like all those you have to like understand what the incentives are of like all of the people who have invested in your company, and you gotta like ensure that they like understand what you're trying to do and understand your business strategy, and like and you want like advice and stuff like that, and they're gonna want to put people on the board, but you're not really like you don't want people who are gonna like force you to do certain things, and but you can quickly end up in situations where a lot of people have like chips in the game. A lot of people have like a lot of people want to like maybe they want to like pull their money out or something like that, and they've given you a lot of money, and they've invested a lot of time and energy into your project, and you get these situations where it's just a lot better if everyone's incentives line up. Like if everybody has like if everybody wants to like exit in the same way. So if everybody at the table like agrees that it would be a good thing to continue going with the company, or if it would be a good thing to try to find another company to make an acquisition, or or if you think it's a good idea to IPO, which I think like I feel like with IPOs, like just like I don't know, for the most part it just doesn't feel like the right thing to do for a startup, but if you wanted to do an IPO, I mean, you want everybody. Well, I mean, of course, like well, an IPO would mean that some the investors get a return on their money, or possibly don't, and then you have to deal with like the politics that arise from like preferred stock and stuff like that. So like your seed funders are going to get their money first, and if there's money left over, then your Series A investors are going to get their money, and on and on. So depending on like how they set up the rules for like preferred options and stuff like that, and if there's any money left, then you get it. Uh, yeah, for sure, man. Like my app lets people do, and I don't have enough. I don't have enough experience either. I definitely, you know, I've got a lot to learn, and I know I feel like I know a lot, but I haven't actually had the experiences. And like by going through the experience of like launching a company and stuff like that, you're gonna it's gonna look totally different. Like coming out of that, you're gonna learn a lot by going through the experience, and it'll like challenge how you thought the experience was gonna be. Um, but I mean, I'm, like it seems like you do know a lot though. I mean, the, some of the comments that you made seem I don't know seems a lot more than just like educated guess. Um, but it is scary. I mean, like to to have like the that responsibility. Like you've hired people like their livelihood like depends on your company being successful, and like when you're like it's scary to think like you might have to like make the decision like okay like you know we don't have enough money in the budget, it looks like our runway is like getting really close. I've it looks like we're gonna have to like slash like some of our like operating costs and like cut employees. And you've got to like size up like each person's like value to the organization, and you've got to start like thinking about decisions like that like early on, so that like it's not just a like rushed like cluster like when you would have to make like a tough decision like laying off employees or something like that. And I mean it is scary to think that like I don't know like maybe like people have like like transferred and relocated across the country to like work on your project or something like that, and you might have to like your budget numbers are just not like adding up, and you've got to let people go, or like it's gonna like threaten like the result in the end. Like it might threaten the viability of your startup, like if you don't make certain tough decisions, and then you got to think about like how you're gonna go about doing it. And it's really like there's like some really tough decisions that you have to make. And then it might not like if you have to like fire someone or lay someone off, like they're probably not gonna like take it very well, like they're probably not like gonna be too enthusiastic about that. So you have to like figure out like you don't want to just like kick someone out on the street or something like that, like obviously. So you might want to like leverage your network to like offer them like or figure out how to like get them like a link them into like another opportunity or something. And you really gotta like care about the people that you work with. Yeah, yeah, but I mean I'm of like the mindset that you need like to have a well thought out like business model, and you need to be able to explain like how things are going to work, and you need to have like lots of different like loosely coupled like strategies. They need to understand your space, but like I'm kind of the mindset that like a well thought out like business model is like more valuable than like like a 20 page like business plan. But yeah, you need like strategies on strategies. You need like you need to know how things are going to work out, and you have to know your market, and like know like you have to be able to like prove that someone is willing to like pay for your product or use your product. and that like once a user starts using your product, they're not just it's not just like your product just isn't just like a novelty. You know, they're not just gonna like pick it up for a couple weeks and then like move on to the next thing. And the interesting thing about apps is like even apps that like don't appear to compete with each other, like actually compete with each other. Like, I mean, it's obvious that Facebook and Twitter are competitors, but like every app out there is competing with like every other app. Like every product really like competes for customers like time, and people have like less and less time, and I think that's just like an interesting facet. And see, like I don't really have like I've when I was like working on this Voxel product a couple of months ago, like I just didn't have time to like research like voice-based patents and stuff. Like I know a little bit about like I know enough about like Shazam's patents to know that like my product doesn't like conflict with theirs. But I really need to spend a lot more time looking into that stuff and look and like doing like market research and it is frustrating because I'm not exactly the fastest programmer. So like I mean, once I start working with like a particular technology for like a week or so, like I tend to be pretty fast in it. And I but it's just hard for me to like, and I'm not very good with like user interface stuff. So like I need to find someone who's like way more technically proficient than me, and uh, and someone who can like help rapidly prototype like user interfaces, especially for the thing that especially for the specific project that I'm working on. Yeah, yeah, that's true. And I mean, that's definitely true. Like if you're working on launching a company that's like in that in like a you're launching like a company that's in a market that already exists. But the best start like to me the best like startups or the best like apps are like in like a space that doesn't quite exist yet. Um, but yeah, I mean you gotta like understand like what and see it's just like if you're it's just difficult to compete with like a pre-existing company. I mean, it's sometimes it can be easy to disrupt like a pre-existing market, but often it's like difficult. Like the person, like the company that already exists has the advantage. Uh, like it would be so hard to dismount like Facebook. Like it's just you can't do it. Um, you just can't like develop like the market share because but I mean it seems like there's gonna be a lot of opportunities opening up with like VR and especially augmented reality. Like I'm way more excited about augmented reality than I am VR. But AR is like way far off. Like there's just like a lot of challenges that have to be resolved before it's even really possible, or before like the kind of experiences that I'm like thinking about are possible. Yeah. I'm just not like, I don't know. I understand like branding and like identity uh, like really well, and I just don't. I kind of understand like marketing, but I don't I don't really have experience with that. I mean, I don't know. I could definitely like leverage like my network to like convince people to try to try my product and develop like a user base. I can definitely do that. But for Voxel, like I didn't start on doing that because it wasn't. I don't know. It wasn't anywhere near ready. Um, and then it was like difficult. Like a lot of people asked me like, well, how are you going to make money on like? So the app would just let you do like impersonations of people, right? And then it like uses an algorithm, like a machine learning algorithm, to like score your impersonation versus other people's like audio impersonations. But a lot of people are ask me the question, well, like how do you make money on that? And like I know exactly how I would make money on that, except for like I mean there's a couple ways of doing it, but it's just like that's the hard part. That's the part that people aren't gonna like understand. They're not gonna come. They're not gonna figure that out by themselves. And so it's hard for me to like network and find a co-founder without like just blabbing to everyone in the world like how I plan to like monetize that idea. And like another point, like if you have that idea and you don't understand how it's monetizable, then it's not very valuable to you. Which is kind of dumb, but I mean it's kind of dumb to like not for me to like be afraid of like making that sales pitch by including like that idea. And there were like there have been like a lot of people like I work at a co-working space in Roanoke called the CoLab, and I've met people there that I would be like interested in working with. It's just I haven't been able to like get out there and like network in the way that I want. Like it's frustrating. Like I can drive and I can like transport myself like during the day or during at night when there's like almost nobody there, but I can't get transportation like I can't reliably get transportation during the day. And so that's why I'm just like I don't know. I get more done at home. I enjoy working there, but and I enjoy talking to you, hydraulics. I feel like you got some good advice. But like I found myself like wanting my app like all the time. Because I could use it to like train myself to like learn like an accent or to like be able to do like an impression of someone. And it really wouldn't be that hard to get to the MVP stage. It's just like I don't know what I want the user interfaces can be a huge part of it. So like I don't know what I want the user interface to be like, and so I need to be able to rapidly iterate on things like that. And it's hard to rapidly iterate on it when you've got like all this like code that's processing like audio data and it's like tightly coupled to your interface and stuff. So like it's hard to do when you have like um, you know so like the code that I was writing was like a was like a state machine, but it was like tightly coupled to the interface. It was really difficult to uncouple the recorder from the interface. And so, like to make large interface design changes would require like changing like hundreds of lines of code, or probably like between 1,000 and 2,000 lines of code, or maybe not that much, but yeah. And I sort of started thinking about like SEO in kind of a new way. It's like and it's very similar to how the Google search engine has always worked. And Google search like ranks your page by like observing like how many people link into your website and your content, and then also like gauging the reputation of those links like into your site and stuff. Obviously, they don't just count the links into your site, but so I've started thinking about like SEO in terms of like graph theory. Like so, like how many like inbound links do you have to your site? Like how many, uh, like how many like are how often does someone see a link to your site? And if they see a link to your site, like would they be likely to click on it? So if you increase the number of opportunities that people have to like view your content, um, then that equates to more traffic to your website. So like a good example would be, I mean, like so you can get people, you could get like copywriters to write blogs about your product. I mean, that's like one way to do it. I mean, like there's like good ways to go about SEO and there's bad ways to go about SEO. Like I mean, there's like white hat SEO and black hat SEO, and so I mean, I've just kind of been thinking about it like as in terms of like you know creating like new edges that point to your content, and so like it would be nice for me to have like it would be nice for me to have like some kind of like service that like notifies me a when a website like posts like an article about content that I that is like similar to an issue that I've like blogged about, or it's similar to a product that I offer, or it's it's like relevant to like one of the things that I want to promote. And so like I could set up these like you know I could set up this like service to like watch these like these other content producers and see like when they write an article about like 3D films and stuff. And so like when they write an article about 3D films, like me or like either I or like a copywriter or something could go like promote some of my content on like by writing like a comment or something on their article, or by like engaging with people in discussions on their article and stuff, and like eventually like adding a link to my content or whatever, and that like increases the number and I guess like if I could just have a service that would notify me when somebody wrote about a topic that I blogged about or something like that, then like while that content is like still active and while people are like actively reading that and engaged with it, then that's when people are most likely to see a link or something. Like nobody goes through and reads the comments on. What is a See, I'm not really talking about like SEO exactly. Like I'm just talking about um like trying to like get like trying to capitalize on active content on the web to increase traffic to your website. I'm not really, I don't know, I'm not really talking about like trying to like get your website or your product to rank higher on Google. Although I mean that's definitely important. I don't know. I don't really know enough about. I don't know as much about SEO as I should. So what is the difference between an inbound link and a backlink? It looks like an inbound link is a hyperlink back to your site from another website. Are they? It looks like backlinks and inbound links are. They might be like slightly different or something. Yeah, so like I just noticed like so Ars Technica wrote this article about like 3D and knowing what people are going to talk about like in the next 2 weeks, so you can like write an article about what is going to be talked about in the next 2 weeks or something like that is important. But I just happened to write like an article about like, and I'll just like post it here about like how VR, how certain like cinematography film, how certain cinematography techniques are much more difficult in VR. And then like Ars Technica wrote an article, similar to that. And so like I commented on the article and also did the same thing for like a Gizmodo article or something like that. But and my website's not very there's like almost no traffic to my blog, and I don't care. I mean, it's just like a personal blog. I'm not actually writing for anyone. I'm writing for myself. But like my traffic just like spiked when I like each time I made the comment on their on their site, like my traffic spiked. I noticed that it spiked on Google Analytics, and that the primary like source of traffic was from those websites. And it kind of surprised me because like the average session time was like 10 minutes. And so it's like I posted the link on the Ars Technica site, and I found that people interested in the article were also interested in mine, and they actually read it and stuff like that. So it's important to find like to market to an audience that's actually going to be interested in what you have to offer. So I mean, if I went on like a golf blog or something like that and like posted the same article, like it wouldn't really matter. And if I just had more free time, I mean, I could, I would be a lot better at doing this, at like marketing my own like blog content. But again, I'm not writing for anyone else. Like I'm writing for myself. I've got all these ideas, and I'm passionate about so many things, and it's just like all built up, and I need to like get it out there, like. Yeah, and I think, I mean, SEO is definitely huge. Because, I mean, you need to, I mean, part of like building an app is like, building like a user base, and like, and like marketing to the right like audience. Like you want to build like a user base of people that are, that actually are going to use your app, and they're going to be enthusiastic about it, and they're going to be like the right type of customer. You want to be able to like reach like you want to be able to reach customers in each what do they call it? I've got this book like business model, yeah, the business model generation book. Like you want to be able to like, so this is the book. It's actually applied to work at this company. Oh, and yeah, it's a really good book. I got this back in like 2011, and before it was cool. And so what is it? Yeah. You want to be able to like reach like you want to be able to market to various like customer segments. So you kind of want to know like what your different customer segments are, and you want to build each market. You don't want to just like market to like one customer segment. Like if your business model has like several different customer segments or whatever, and a customer segment is like a group of like one or several like I don't know. It's a way of like categorizing different kinds of customers, and like so if you can sell your product to like just individual consumers, like so you can have a business that like sells products, B2B or B2C, whatever, like business to consumer or business to business. And so you can have a business that has revenue streams coming from like, several, several different, like customer segments, and so one of your customer segments might be like a group of businesses, or like a certain kind of business, and you might have another like business customer segment that's like a different kind of business, or maybe it's like maybe you market your product differently to governments or something. Then you might have another set of customer segments like affluential consumers, like consumers that have a lot of money and they're willing to pay like a lot of money for your product. Or you might have like a business segment where like your customers are only really willing to pay $10 a month for your product, and you kind of want to like figure out like how you want to like develop those relationships in each segment. And so you can use my point, tying it back to SEO, is that you want to be able to like you want to be able to market to each one of those. Like if you only focused on marketing to the consumers who are willing to pay $10 a month, you might like increase your user base, but you're not going after the customers who are going to give you the most money. But at the same time, you don't want to just like focus on the consumers that like want to get the pay for you don't want to just go for the affluential customers who are going to pay a lot of money for a lot of like features, especially if your product is still early, because you probably haven't built a lot of those features yet. And my point, talking back to SEO, is that like by instead of just like utilizing one SEO strategy or one SEO campaign, you should utilize like multiple SEO campaigns that like you're going to want to you're going to want to market differently to the business to business customer segments. You're going to want to probably like market on different websites entirely, but at the same time, your business to consumer customer segments are going to those are people, and if you get like if you get lots of if you get like a huge user base, then that in itself will drive growth in your business to business consumer consumer segments or customer segments. And so you kind of want to like market to you want to like be able to like holistically market to like your different audiences, and so you want to reach I don't know, like it in terms of SEO, you're going to want to like market on different websites and in different like forums and like in different Facebook groups and stuff, and in different channels for like business to business relationships. And you're probably going to want to like, I don't know, you're probably going to want to get like face to face for some of those business to business to develop some of those business to business like relationships, like, because yeah, you're gonna need to like tailor your product for different use cases and stuff. And I don't know, I'm kind of like BSing at this point, but yeah. Yeah. Well, and what I've noticed about like social media and like media online these days is really that a lot of like the content is like ephemeral. Like, I mean that seems to be like kind of like a buzzword, but like you might tweet about something, but really, and that tweet might like be buried in hundreds of tweets, and it might always be available for someone who looks for it. But not everyone's really going to look for it. Like people barely have enough time to keep up with like what's on the top of their newsfeed. So you've got to be able to locate the content that is like active, like that people are actively commenting on. Like nobody's like actively commenting on like your profile pictures or your the pictures you uploaded to Facebook like 6 years ago. Like maybe occasionally you see that. And I've also noticed though that like if you do go back and like comment on really old content, like people do that like so rarely that like Facebook like bumps that in their or Facebook seems to bump that in their newsfeed algorithm. So if you go back on like someone's like old like pictures and like engage with them on those pictures and talk to them a little bit, that'll like that seems to like rank things like a little bit higher in Facebook's algorithms. Um, so if you found a picture that was like 5 years old and commented on it, like it seems to give like a bigger boost to something that like to performing the same action on a picture that's like 5 days old. Um, I've just kind of like noticed that recently. But like I spent like so in like 2014, I guess it was like April and May. I spent like $400 like on Facebook advertisements for this like meetup group that like I put together, and I got 0 signups for it. Like I set up like on Meetup.com, you can set up a way to track your like how like so. First of all, you can set up Google Analytics, and then you can also set up a way to track like a Facebook ad campaign. You need like a tracking pixel or something. And Meetup.com like allows you to do that. Well, I spent like $400 on like a campaign on an ad campaign. And I got like a ton of impressions, but like that's it. I got 0 like signups, and I got like 3 or 4 clicks on it. And like honestly, like advertising like a meetup on Facebook.com probably not the best way to do it. And really you have to like engage with people, because like people have like just like developed this like subconscious like tendency to like just like quickly scroll past ads. And this might be like I don't think it's confirmation. It's not confirmation bias, but it's like one of those like cognitive biases where like you just assume that everybody does the exact same thing as you. So maybe that's what. Maybe that's why like I feel like people would have like a subconscious tendency to like scroll past ads, because I know like I might like accidentally look at an ad, but if I see that it's like a promoted tweet or something, I typically try to like scroll past it. And sometimes like I mean advertising is pretty targeted these days, so like the content that I do see is actually stuff that I might want to see, but oh, well, see, no, okay, so I had like 2 meetup groups that I started. One was for AngularJS and one was for Ruby, and that was kind of like one of my mistakes, was trying to go with such a niche, like programming meetup group, in like a smaller area. So I should have just had like one single like web development meetup group. but anyway, so I had 2 meetup groups, and then for each meetup group, I ran 2 advertisements, and one I just left it like completely general, and for the other, I targeted it to people that I thought would be interested in web development and stuff. And I tried to keep it like local to, well, I mean, I definitely targeted my local area. It was amazing, like just like it was amazing to run like a Facebook ad campaign and see like how you can target ads and how you can like the different ways that you can reach people. And I mean, it's like a whole ecosystem, like just like Google Analytics is like a whole ecosystem. Like there's people like whose like entire job is just to like manage Google Analytics and be able to like draw like analytic information from like services like Google Analytics. And like that to me, that like the product is pretty complex. Like I mean, I can do like the basics for analytics, but like I don't know it like in depth. And Facebook like advertising seems to be like pretty much the same way. Like it's like a whole ecosystem. Like it's like I don't know. It feels like a jungle. Like there's so much stuff in like Facebook ads that there's like so many different things that you can do. Yeah, so I tried to experiment by having like very broad filters and then also like a specific filter. But I mean, like Facebook really wasn't the place to advertise. I don't think, not for my meetup group, but at that time, like I had a lot of money, so I just thought I would do it anyways. I haven't typed a line of code in a minute, but I enjoy talking about these kinds of topics and discussing like different like business strategies and business oriented things. Oh, I need to. Yeah, see, like I don't know what was going on yesterday. I tried restarting my computer several times. I mean, but right now, like my computer is running at like 20, like the CPU is like just like steadily at 20%, and I have all three. Like I have 2 external monitors connected to my laptop. And yesterday, like it was just steadily at like 100%. It was ridiculous. God, line executive officer. I don't know. That might work. Maybe that'll be like a role that is opening up. I don't know. I'm kind of like torn. Like I have like a whole bunch of like ideas and stuff, but I could never actually like do 99% of this stuff. And like some of the VR ideas, like I just don't have like I don't even have like the education required to like get like to get a job where I could be like creative with that. Even though like I mean I have like ideas for like just like networking protocols that would be like more useful, like and application protocols that would be like more useful for like VR. and like all this stuff. And so like I'm like torn, like do I like hang on to it and then like I'm just like I never have the positioning to do any of this stuff, and so I'm just like that like crotchety old person that just wants to like just be like, well, I thought of that first, haha, like who cares? Like you didn't do anything with it, you know, like. Or should I just like blog about it now and just like not even like worry about like capitalizing on it and just totally give up on capitalizing on it? In fact, and I'm like leaning towards just like blogging about the rest of the stuff that I have because it's like there's a lot of stuff. And like I don't write anything down. I don't like digitize any of the information. Because it would be like pretty lame if somebody like got on my laptop and just like stole all that stuff and then just like did it all. Not that that would happen. I don't think there's like people lurking on my laptop to just like take my ideas. So, get a drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, I've got mostly everything on paper. I've got mostly everything on paper because I would just never remember anything otherwise. What does this not implement? I mean, like we celebrate all these like creative people, but then like in reality, like a lot of those people get like overlooked. I think. I don't know. And like, what is that thing called? It's like the egg of Columbus. Yeah, the egg of Columbus. Like, it's like a story of like Christopher Columbus like having been told that like discovering the Americas was inevitable and basically no great accomplishment. And and so like Columbus like challenges like his critics to since it's so easy just to like stand an egg like on its like he challenges some people to like stand an egg upright to just like set an egg down and like set it upright so that it doesn't like roll over. And so they spend like 15 minutes or so trying to get this egg to stand upright, and they can't figure it out. And then like Christopher Columbus is just like, oh, it's easy. He like punches like a dimple in the bottom of the egg and just like sits it on the table. And like nobody, of course, nobody realized that they could do that. But like at once, the point is though, like once it's obvious that like that was possible, then there's no challenge to it. And so like once like a revolutionary idea has been discovered, then like nobody can really like rediscover it. It's out there. And so really sometimes like once you get that stuff up, like you don't have any other like value to add for other people, or so they think, I guess. But what is it? Oh, parse XML. No, it does not require the options. Okay, now what fails? Yeah, that'd be nice. You just like what I've always tried to figure out is like how do I crack an egg in the morning for breakfast without getting my hands dirty? Like what is like a reliable technique for doing that? Like and like never getting my hands dirty. I don't know. So I think I might even be able to do the register method in like an extension, but I don't know. Those are register. I don't know. It looks like I might be able to do that in a protocol extension. like some of the Swift features are a little bit tricky in that I'm going to try to move this to a protocol extension. But for example, protocol extensions can't have like Objective-C behavior in them. So that means that and so in Swift, protocols can also have optional functions that you can implement. The issue is that so like protocols can have optional functions, but if a protocol has optional functions, it has to be an Objective-C protocol, and yet you can extend your protocols to have default behavior, but you can't extend your protocols to have default behavior if they are an Objective-C protocol. So I can do it's like extension. I don't have access to. So I just defined like a single like register function for all of the classes that have the spectral parser node protocol applied to it, and so all of those classes should automatically get this function. But since it relies on some like meta stuff, like since it relies on this type alias, I don't know if it'll really work. So that'll be interesting to see. Look in node spec, and the first ones that I want to write are I want to write the vertex attribute. I'm just going to go ahead and specify all these. And I'm going to forget about doing the rest for now. I'm just going to get the XML set up. And then on the parser, I want to set up some accessor functions. So I want like a well, for each one of these actually, so get assets. I think this is what I want to do. know if I can do that. Obviously that doesn't work. Oh, well, yeah, that works though. So I don't know if this really helps. I don't know if that actually helps. Oh, that's cool. Oh, really? I've done a little bit of work with Ionic. Um, I don't know. I ran into a few issues with it, I guess. And one was like I would write the app like I wrote like one or two apps on it, or I wrote like two apps on it, and like I got everything done, and then I pretty much just tested it in the browser, and then I found out that it didn't really run on the devices. I think it ran on an emulator, but then like when I put it on the hardware devices, it wouldn't run or it looked different. And I think that's just because I didn't really know it very well. I haven't used it in like a year, though. I think about a year. And couldn't get the web audio stuff to work. But other than that, other than that, Ionic looks great. Um, what is WP8? Yeah, I like testing it on the browser because it's fast. But yeah, you really have to know like what it looks like on the hardware because that definitely changes. But, yeah, this doesn't really work. Well, that works, I think. Name is I got you. Mm. Yeah, Cordova is pretty powerful. Like my you know, I just don't know if this is really gonna work. It would be interesting to find out if it does work. So I'm gonna keep that one as using the original accessory that I wrote. Let's see, we have the yeah, thanks for the follow, Hydraulics. Yeah, I really enjoyed talking to you earlier. Um, Made some pretty cool conversations. I learned a little bit about like SEO and different like marketing strategies. I feel like you had great advice for you know, like interviewing prospective like employees and like finding like co-founders. Like that's something I really need help with. So thanks, man. Good night, bro. Good camera. this graphic kind of I'm trying to know how to use like snippets. I mean, I kind of know how to use snippets with Xcode, but I don't really. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright, that's like pretty much everything that's remaining. So now I just need to set up like parse nodes. I need to parse the XSD. use try XML document. I'd rather, like, I don't know. It doesn't really matter as much for this class as it does for the other one, but I would just rather not. I'd rather not store the XSD or the XML document. And I don't really need this. Uh, Yeah, like when you have really good headphones, it is such a pain for like the headphone cable to cause problems. It's like, oh, that's great. Like now I'm just like questioning whether or not the sound quality is like any good. So like disconnects, like it disconnects if it moves. Really nice headphone cable, and actually I can probably fix it. I would have to like attach like the issue with these headphones is they come with like a 2.5mm headphone jack, and like it also has like a very specific form factor, so it's really hard to find a replacement cable for these headphones. But the good news is that it's not this end of the headphone cable that's breaking, it's the other end, and I can definitely like, I forgot about that. Like it looks really high quality, but like, and it would be great if you're like hooking into a soundboard, but it's not so great for having a head, for like attaching it to your iPod and putting it in your pocket. But I should be able to fix it. I kept trying to fix the other cable that I had for these headphones, and I would like solder it, and like there was just no way to get it to work because like I guess it probably wouldn't work so well for the same reasons, but it was hard to fix it and then get it to work for an extended period of time because it was so small, and I just couldn't figure out anything to fix, like whatever you would call like this force. I couldn't prevent like this kind of force from like severing the soldered connections, and I couldn't like figure out how to like prevent this force from like impacting like the components that are like further up the cable. I think it might it might be easier on this headphone cable to fix the other end, but and I went like the only place that I could find a replacement cable was on Amazon. I could not find one anywhere else. Right. Yeah, I really just don't even need. Yeah, I don't want to actually attach the container to this parser. Although I could really, yeah, I could really like really move this to just like one function on the XML. I don't have to do any of that. I can just make this just like over here. I just have to give it I guess the issue is that like I'm going to instantiate this like this vector parser, and that's going to create a new container. But I need the container's like parent to be. I think that's right. Yeah, I need the container's parent to be the one that contains the FSD. I guess it doesn't have to be that way, but it's better to structure this like that. I wonder if I can set the parent like after it's created. So the answer is no. Which is frustrating because like now I need to set the container to be optional. It's not really that big of a problem, but now I have to change that in God knows how many places. Unless I just keep them as, I guess I'll just keep them as separate entities. It's just simpler that way. Um, That's great. Mm, that's great. Mm. I've got like this foot pedal that acts as a USB keyboard. I've never like I tried getting it to what I wanted it to do was act as a mod key, and I would like press down the foot pedal and it would like act as like you know the foot pedal has like 3 different buttons, so I can make it act as like command, control, or option, or like function, or hyper, or something like that. First of all, I couldn't map it. I couldn't map it to hyper because this isn't Linux, and then I couldn't figure out how to get it to like recognize the events as a global modifier key. So because the device was like exposed to the operating system as a separate keyboard, I couldn't get like the modifier down like key press to work properly across like 2 different keyboard devices. But I think it might actually work for OBS. Like I could like wire up like some global keyboard shortcuts and like switch scenes with the foot pedal. And the company actually makes like lots of different keyboards. It was really expensive too. The company is called like X Keys. I'm just gonna like look it up real quick. I bought it like a long time ago. It seemed like a great idea at the time, and then I got it and it didn't do the thing that I wanted it to. And like, this is what I'm talking about. This company has like a lot of stuff. Like all of this stuff is like that's a little bit like on the edge, but like some of these input devices are really cool. So you can like wire this up as like a custom keyboard, and like it's great if you have like a huge desktop setup at home or something. But I mean, you can do really cool stuff with this, and because it's recognized as a separate keyboard device, you can like wire these to like specific functions. But it's only really useful when you have like a single-purpose computer, like when you have a computer that's like solely for music production, or like solely for like broadcasting, or like whatever. I mean, if you do have a computer that is like dedicated to that thing, then if you have a computer that's dedicated to broadcasting, then like something like this is pretty cool because it's like completely customizable. Like you can replace the labels for the keys and stuff, and you can like wire each thing to a separate function, and it's pretty awesome. Like it's pretty awesome if that like fits your needs. Otherwise, it's just like this thing that like sits on your desk, or like maybe it gets like put in a box somewhere. They're really for like computers that like they like market themselves as like servicing like computers for like industrial control systems or something. Yeah, I don't know if I actually want to do this. I might just want to handle the errors because I just really don't. I really don't want to have to like mark. This is where I really wish I had a button to go to the other screen because I hate using the mouse. So like because this function throws, now I have to also throw here. But then that means that any function that calls this init also has to try and then throw, which like sucks because like if there's an error, like I don't really care. I just want it to blow up as soon as possible. Like at this point, that's how I want it to handle errors. Probably not like the best error handling strategy, but the other thing that sucks is like now I have to make this optional, and then I have to go like through and just like it's kind of a pain. It's like yeah, do this, and now I forgot how to. Perfect. I mean, not really, but. So I just like do these things first. I have to make this change elsewhere also. Like, if it like right now, like if the error happens, I would just rather like throw an error and like I would rather stack trace just like send me here, but it doesn't. It's not exhaustive. The error handling has to be exhaustive. I have to end the switch. Gotta do a similar thing somewhere else. Oh, what's up, Jenny? Is it? Yeah, well, I mean, this is like a library that I'm building in iOS, and so I'm like refactoring some stuff, and this is like the fourth or fifth time that I've refactored this, but so I'm parsing like XML to like pull in information about like 3D assets and stuff that I'm reading in. And so I'm going to read in like the meshes and like the textures and stuff for the assets. And I can read in like the assets from like the files. Um, I can read in the assets from like the 4 different like file types, and I can, yeah, with XML like define like transformations and stuff, and I can also define like cameras, and even like stereoscopic cameras. Uh, and then I can also I can also like specify like meshes to be generated. So I'm basically like writing a library that allows me to work with model IO, and I need to import that model IO and metal, and if I can find a video. I guess maybe not. Trying to think of like the best way to explain what I'm trying to do. Let me pull up one of the XML files. It's probably the best way. So this is one of the XML files that I defined. So when you're writing like shaders and stuff, you have to like you're going to be working with like regions in memory, and you're going to be working with like vertices, and those vertices are going to have like attributes. And so like those vertices can be laid out in like one buffer or like multiple buffers. But you have to define the format for those vertices, and usually you have like position, and then you have like you'll also have like either texture coordinates or color coordinates. Usually you don't have both, but there's other attributes as well, and so you combine these like attributes into descriptors, and the descriptors tell you what the format is for like each vertex, and how the vertex can be read from memory when it gets passed to the shader. And so this is like lower level graphics stuff, but what I'm trying to do is like define all this stuff in XML. And I've already got it so it like reads in everything. I'm just like rewriting it so that I won't run into problems later. But here I'm like, let's see. Here I'm defining like the cameras and the stereoscopic cameras and stuff. And I had gotten to like meshes and textures. I defined a couple of generators for that, but I just got to get everything read into the nodes. I was hoping this wasn't gonna take so long, but I'm probably gonna cut the stream in a little while because I've been streaming for quite some time. So I think I'm gonna stream for like 30 more minutes, and then 30 more minutes or an hour or so. I'm gonna try to get some of these tests to run, but after that I'm gonna work on like like finishing this part and getting to the next part. So I just gotta set up or I need to commit some things. So I guess. This form there. Okay. Yeah, I've done a little bit of Android. But, like, not very much. It would really, like, working with, like, XSD and XML, it would be a lot, it would be a lot easier to have some of those, like, Java, like, XML libraries. Although, like, Fuzi is really good for, like, XML. Like, I really like working with Fuzi. That's the Swift XML library, and that is up here, and it works. It works really well, but it doesn't do XSD, and that's something that most people don't really need. Also, it can be a little bit of a security issue to have like XSD parsing in your application, or it could be. All right, what am I doing? So yeah, since this like throws, now I need to like basically rewrite this real quick, similar to the XSD thing that I just did. All right, on to writing the text. All right. I mean, I have to like write this everywhere. Since the XML document is like now optional, I have to go through and fix a few things. Basically, Really? I mean, that's optional. You know, it breaks. It's out. It's really supposed to be optional, I think. Put that init parser. Well, I'm not. I'm working on a 3D graphics library for iOS and OS X using Metal. So right now I'm like working on like parsing in a bunch of like data to do graphics with, or a bunch of like data and assets to use for graphics. And I'm like writing tests and stuff. I'm like rewriting some stuff that I've already written, so this shouldn't take as long. It's still going to take a minute though. Most of these tests should just like work as they are. Yeah, I think you need a Mac. I'm not sure. I mean, you can write stuff with Swift in Windows and Linux. I think with Windows you would need like Cygwin or something. I think you need. I'm not sure. I mean, there's like other cross-platform tools that you can use. To develop iOS apps and stuff on Windows outside of Xcode, but a lot of those tools are pretty hard to use. The best way to work with iOS and OS X development is to use is basically just yeah, you really have to have a Mac. Uh, so hopefully these tests pass. I hope so. I don't know why it's taking so long. That's not a good sign. It's really not a good sign. Oh. Well, did not implement this. Mm. I'm not actually entirely sure that I want the ID like attached to the object and copied. I think I'll be okay though. That's the last one. Let me just commit this real quick. I'm just not really sure why I didn't finish, so I'm gonna pause this, or add a few breakpoints. I think it is in the vector parser .parse XML. We should get here, and then get here, and then never really get here. Or maybe it's like when it, okay. And that I expected, but I really expected to see that a lot faster when I ran. Maybe it's in another test. That's great. Huh. Okay. Well, that I expected that because I haven't registered. Oh, wrong screen. I expected that because I haven't registered the nodes. So, basically, like if well, that might be that'll make more sense outside of that method, I think. Okay, so just need to get it to register the nodes. So first it will parse the node, and then if there's an ID it'll register it, and I should be able to do that down here. Maybe. This is kind of why I want to like handle, like if I have objects that wrap the metal and model IO objects, then I can just like naively parse those into nodes, and then from each node I can like generate the objects that I need, and so I don't really have to. There's a couple things that like in the previous version or the previous revision I had to like handle differently. Like when I registered nodes, I had to like handle things differently, but now I should just be able to say like if well, let's say like hang on to the node. I hope this doesn't give me an error. Yeah, see, like I can only use the protocol as a generic. I don't know. I don't really know what to do about that. That really sucks. It really sucks. So I can do that in the struct. Okay, now my CPU is like through the roof for some reason. Oh, it's not that bad. Like, this is assuming that the behavior is pretty much the same for every node, and I don't really think it is. There's like certain things that I would have done, like I don't know, like I feel like I should just initialize the nodes using the element, like the XML element, or no, well that could be a constructor for XML. Oh wait, I maybe should change it to that. I'm gonna keep it the way it is now because it's gonna take a long time. Right now, I'm not really, I don't really have an everyday job. Uh, I'm kind of like a freelancer, but I just don't have any customers or clients. Uh, it's a parser node. It's like a generic function though, why is it? Uh, why? Oh my gosh. We're getting into all these like, uh, I don't, I don't get it. Speaking what? Yeah. Huh. If he doesn't know that it's a generic function, or what? This is dumb. Not yet. I don't really have anything on the App Store. I mean, I've made like a couple iOS apps. I've got. One second, let me find a link. No. Alright. Why does that not? It like doesn't let me do this because it has to be a generic. But I just tried to make it a generic, and it doesn't recognize it. And I don't know why my computer. I don't know why Xcode is going so slow. Like, does it not understand that that's? I don't understand. Hmm. Let's do a search for this protocol and see. Thought I had done this before, before somewhere else. Yeah, I did it right here. but I was working entirely in terms of the generic, and I wasn't doing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like I'll try to use some of these features, and then like I'll implement it one way, and then I just kind of run into a brick wall where like, well, I guess that doesn't work. Maybe I can. Well, because that's not a class, I can't actually. But like, that's actually not a class, though. I can't know what that class is ahead of time. That's the whole point. Is that I don't know what it is. Let me put it on nodes. I don't think that's really gonna. I don't think that's gonna work. I imagine that this builds, but then like as soon as I go to try to like, it's probably gonna want me to specify what the class n is, and that's like the whole point is that you need like a case statement that tells me what class it is. It's exactly what I'm saying is that, oh, it compiles, but wait, like, it can't infer like the return. I mean, obviously it couldn't infer that. I mean, it could, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know what to do because I can't know that that is. Unless like I just, oh my god, it's ridiculous. feels ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like there's something that I'm missing. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. What is that? It's like a lot of like repetition. Yeah, it does. I think. What do you mean it has no initializers? Um, what the, like, really? I don't know what to do about that. Whatever that was gonna. Oh, that's what dynamic type does. Initialize a new object. No, that's not what dynamic type does. I did that. That's, it looks like the meta type, not the actual. Yeah. Like this to work, it'd be awesome. It's just what I. Alright, I'm gonna have to hop off here and get something to eat because I don't know, I gotta figure out what is. Well, uh, I'll probably hop off in a few minutes. So if let node class, then node tt gets, I know it's here, node class dot dynamic type, and then we could say let node equal node class maybe dot init. Maybe this works. No. Huh. I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I wish I understood the Swift metaverse, and it's like not that hard. I've tried to find information about it, and it's out there. It's either like it doesn't quite do what I want, so I like skip over it, or I can't find what I'm looking for. So dynamic type is used on an instance to return its type. So right, like what I'm doing is not right. This is returning like a class, and so I just want to get. So you're supposed to be able to do like class dot, and I think I already tried this. Like if let node class. Then you can do like node class dot self dot init, and it keeps telling me to insert dynamic type, but I. It's like the article that I'm looking at. It says to. I can't know that. Oh my god. Like, I really just want to get through this stuff. I've been basically parsing XML for way too long, and I just want, like, I don't really even care. I just want the stupid thing to parse so I can move on to, like, more interesting problems. And it's going to be like, oh, you should insert another dynamic type. Haha. Like, oh, why don't you insert another dynamic type? Sure. Like, that's obviously not going to fix the problem. And the problem is that, like, node class, like, is a class, so dynamic type just refers to, dynamic type just, like, refers to, like, any class or something. Oh, insert dynamic type, okay. Let me do that, like, 4 times. Why does that not? Oh my gosh. It does, it's exhaustive. Oh no, it's not exhaustive. Okay. I don't understand. Like, here's the problem. Even if I do this, even if I add a required init, it's still, oh, great. It's still not going to let me do it. It's fucking annoying. So since I have the class, I should be able to do let object class.init. This probably won't work. Or, yeah, it does. It does work. It's so dumb. But I don't really want this switch statement to be exhaustive. Oh, great. I wonder if it would work. I wonder if it would work like this. Like if it's exhaustive, and it knows that it definitely returns something. And I do let class equal vertex attribute node type node class, and let object equal class.init, and it's not going to work. Womp womp. No, that's not what I want to do. Oh my god. See, like I've used these features and like I don't completely understand like the bounds that I'm supposed to like adhere to when I use these like features. And like now that I've written a bunch of code, like now I've like pigeonholed myself to where I gotta like figure out some hacky way of getting it to work. And I know there's a way to get this to work. I really need to read up on Swift meta programming. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign off and hopefully figure this out on my own. I don't want to just like sit here and like screw around and not just kind of like mess around with this stuff. So I'm going to read up on Swift meta programming, and first I'm going to get something to eat, and then I will be back on probably tomorrow or something. I'm not sure, but thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you will follow me and check me out when I stream again. Peace.